The Jell-O program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston and Phil Harris and his orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we bring you that...
Hold it a minute, Don.
Oh, sure, Jack, sure. What is it?
Well, this being the first program of the new year, I think you ought to inaugurate it by giving me a nice, friendly introduction.
Of course.
You know what I mean, Don. Not too mushy, but something with a little dignity to it. Mm-hmm. You know, I'm tired of starting out each week with a strike against me.
Why, certainly, Jack. I'll be glad to.
Thanks, Don. Go ahead.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we bring you that soul without a blemish.
Well.
That rose without a thorn. That germ without a flaw.
That gem.
Yes. That gem without a flaw, Jack Benny.
Hello again, this is Jack Benny talking, and thanks, Don, for 2/3 of that introduction. I might have known that you'd start the new year wrong.
Oh, I'm sorry, Jack, but the temptation was too great.
Oh, that's all right, Don. Happy New Year anyway, and may all your troubles be colossal.
Mm-hmm. The same to you, Jack, the same to you and many of them.
By the way, Don, did I say Happy New Year?
Yes.
Well, cancel it.
Thanks, and just ignore mine.
Well, we're off to a nice, lousy start, aren't we? But no kidding, Don. We're still good friends, and we have had a lot of fun, haven't we?
Yes, sir, and I hope the new year will be just as pleasant. We certainly have had some great times together on this program.
We sure have, Don. Laughing, talking, and cutting each other's throats. But it was great fun. Come in.
Mr. Benny?
Yes?
I want to take this opportunity of wishing you and your company a very, very happy New Year.
Well, and who are you?
I'm fine, thank you. Goodbye.
Well, Don, a neighborly fellow, wasn't he?
Yes. Oh, Jack, I meant to ask you, what did you do...
Hello, fellas.
Oh, hello, Mary. What was that, Don?
I meant to ask you, what did you do New Year's Eve?
Oh, I had a pretty good time. I was over at the Trocadero with Phil Harris. I had a girl, too.
Did you?
Yeah, my father got her for me.
Oh.
But you should have been at the Troc, Don. It was a great night and a very good dinner, too. Dinner, $10 a plate.
$10 a plate. Well, what did they serve?
Well, it was a real New Year's Eve dinner, including 1 olive, 1 lamb chop, 1 red balloon, and a double portion of confetti. What'd you do New Year's Eve, Don?
Oh, nothing much, Jack. Only exciting thing that I did was, at 12 o'clock I rang in a false fire alarm.
Why, Don, that's against the law. Were you drinking?
No, but I just couldn't resist.
Oh. Well, then that explains it. It does.
Hello, fellas.
Hello, Mary.
Wait a minute. Didn't I say that before?
Yes.
Darn it. 2 of my pages are stuck together.
Oh. Well, tear them apart and let's get going. What'd you do New Year's Eve, Mary?
I had some fun.
Yeah?
I stayed out until 11 o'clock.
11 o'clock? That's fine. New Year's doesn't start until 12.
Well, I wasn't going to wait all night.
Oh.
Jack.
Yeah.
I saw you and Phil at the Trocadero.
Did you?
And say, that was an awfully cute girl Phil was with.
Yeah, that was my girl, even though she did dance with Phil all evening. She was still my girl officially.
Didn't Phil bring a girl for himself?
He didn't have to. At least that was my experience.
I see. He gives you a watch for Christmas, and you give him your girl for New Year's.
Yeah, I was tired anyway. And Phil was so considerate, you know, he even took my girl home for me. Say, I want to speak to him about that.
Oh, Jack, now don't start another argument.
I'm not going to. I just want to split the cab fare with him. After all, it was my girl. Hey, Philty.
Yes, Jackie?
I see you're here right on time tonight. How'd you get here so early?
I underslept.
Oh. Well, anyway, Phil, I want to thank you for taking my girl home New Year's Eve.
Oh, that was all right.
Well, I insist on paying half the cab fare.
Never mind, Jack. She paid your half.
Well, that's all right, then. Come in.
Mr. Benny?
Yes?
I want to take this opportunity of wishing you and your company a very, very happy New Year.
Well, you said that before.
Well, this time I mean it. Goodbye.
That's what I get for broadcasting in a hallway.
Oh, Jack, that reminds me of something.
What?
Here it is, 1937, and I forgot to write a poem about it.
Oh, did you hear that, fellas?
Oh.
Did you hear that, audience? Oh, it's too bad, Mary.
But I can have one in a minute. Is there a typewriter here?
Yes, right over there, Mary.
Oh, well, go ahead and write one, Mary. Take about an hour on it. You know, we want a good poem.
Don't worry. A Livingston always comes through.
Don't rush it, Mary. Don't rush it. How are you coming along with your poem, Mary?
Fine.
Come in.
Mr. Benny,
Yes?
I want to take this opportunity of wishing you and your company a very, very...
Oh, you again. What are you whispering about?
I'm ashamed to be on this program.
Well, I'm not. That was Under the Spell of the Voodoo Drums, played by the orchestra with Mary at the typewriter, and conducted by Phil Harris, who got my girl but not my goat. Phil, that was really beautiful.
Yeah, wasn't she?
I mean, the number you just played.
Oh, that.
Yeah.
Jack, I got my poem finished.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, this being... Go away, Mary.
But I want to read it.
Oh, all right. I guess we're in for it, boys.
You mind if I go out for a smoke, Jack?
No, you stay right here. You too, Don. I've got to stay.
Oh.
What's the title of your poem, Mary?
Oh, you 1937.
Well, that sounds promising. Go ahead.
1937. Oh, 1937. Where have you been all these years? And when did you leave heaven?
Starting out good.
What have you in store for us? What will the future be? For Jack and Phil and Kenny and Don and me and me and me.
You're a little selfish there, aren't you, Mary?
Well, I wrote it.
Oh, that's it. Now, continue.
Will all the girls still like Phil Harris? Will Bucket Cactus Face? Who cares?
Who cares?
Not me, or me, or me.
Or me.
Will Wilson do our advertising about that, you know, so appetizing? Will Jack another picture make? Or will they catch on that he's a fake?
Don't be so critical.
Will our sponsor stay our friend? Or will this New Year be the end? Will Kenny's voice sound just as rich as in 1936?
1936? That.
Darn that typewriter.
Oh.
So don't feel sad and don't feel blue.
No.
You'll get just what's coming to you. And happiness there sure will be for you and me and
me and me. I knew that.
Oh, you 1937.
Well?
That's all. I thank you.
Well, Mary, that poem did show a little thought.
Hello, fellas. Happy New Year.
Hello, Kenny. What's the big idea?
I brought my girl on my horn from New Year's Eve.
Oh.
Ain't the horn swell?
Yeah, it sure is.
My girl is pretty, too. You remember Lena?
Oh, certainly. Hello, Lena.
She wants to say Happy New Year to you, Jack. Go ahead, sugar face.
Well, the same to you and many others.
Thanks.
Hey, Kenny, your girl... Oh, really, your girl must like me, Kenny. She comes up to see me quite often. You know?
And she liked you in your new Paramount picture, College Holiday, too.
Oh, did you, Lena?
Yeah, you're a regular broken-down Jable.
Thanks. So you kids were together New Year's Eve. Did you have any fun?
Sure, I laughed and danced, and one time I poured confetti down Lena's back.
You did?
Yeah, and then she laughed and danced.
Oh, why, Kenny, such actions.
Ain't he the caveman?
Oh, he's a terror.
Without the teeth.
Well, Kenny, you got here just in time to sing your number. Want to hear him sing, Lena?
Yeah. Can I sit on your lap?
Sure. Do you mind, Kenny?
No, hold my horn, too.
Okay. What are you going to sing, Kenny?
The Sweetheart Waltz from College Holiday, and I dedicate it to my girl.
Isn't she silly, Mary?
Yeah, even Kenny doesn't deserve that.
Well, how would you feel with confetti down your back? Sing, Kenny.
What happened?
What happened? Kenny, you just sang your song.
Oh, thanks, everybody.
That was Sweetheart Waltz, sung by Kenny Baker, who didn't know what he was doing. But that was really great, Kenny, considering.
Thanks, Mr. B.
You're welcome, Mr. B.
And B, and B, and B.
Be quiet. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as our feature attraction tonight, we are going to offer the next installment of our original Western serial entitled Buck Benny Rides Again, or Is Top Row Worried? Again, I will play the part of Sheriff Buck Benny, as tough an hombre as ever shaved himself with a razorback hog. If Bob Burns is listening in, I only borrowed that joke. A battin', tattin', rattin', scattin', Latin from Manhattan. And that's that. As you may remember at the end of last week's episode, while riding in pursuit of Cactus-Face Elmer, the outlaw, I unfortunately met with a slight accident. That is, I fell off my horse and broke my neck. See? So the action of tonight's play takes place in the Cactus Center Combined Hospital, General Store, and Post Office. A mighty pretty building. This will go on immediately after the next number. So play something, Phil, and give me a chance to dash over to the hospital and jump into bed, you know. That was Lorelei from Pardon My English, played by old Pappy Harris, who just laid down his baton for a bottle of brandy. He'll be following the baton any minute. And now for our play, Buck Benny Rides Again. The scene, Cactus Center Hospital, General Store, and Post Office. I'm in bed now, folks. Curtain. Theme song.
Hello? Hospital, store, and post. Yes? Mrs. Jones is getting along fine. Butter is 40 cents a pound, and there's no mail for you. Goodbye. Well, I guess that's killing 3 birds with one phone.
Oh, nurse. Nurse, what a bed. These are the worst springs I've ever seen.
Well, the winters have been bad, too.
Fine nurse. Where's my horse?
Right alongside of you.
Oh, hello, partner. Sounds like a slight fever. My deputy sheriffs ain't been here yet, have they?
Nope, but I guess they'll be along soon. Come in. Good morning, boys.
Morning.
Give me a 2-cent stamp and ice cream cone and house box.
Here you are. Not so good.
Thanks. Gee, that's too bad.
Cut the comedy, boys, and say hello to me.
Hi, Sheriff.
Hiya, Sheriff.
Hiya, Sheriff.
3 smart girls. Boys, any news on Cactus Face?
Well, we were out looking for him this morning and found his clothes down by the riverbank.
He either committed suicide or took a bath. Most likely suicide. He ain't the bathing type. What'd you do with his suit?
We're wearing it.
Well, boys, the next time you share a suit, you better find one with 2 pair of pants. Deputy Baker, you're a disgrace running around like that.
Oh!
What's the matter, nurse?
I just put my glasses on.
Better scram, boys, especially you, Baker.
Don't I get to talk about Jell-O?
Not today, deputy. So long.
So long.
How are you feeling now, Buck?
Much better, nurse. I'm coming along fast.
Well, slow down. I need the work.
Okay.
Come in.
Well, hello, Daisy.
Hello, tall, dark, and dead looking.
Well, gal, you don't exactly look like you ought to buy more than one dress at a time. Some comeback, I'll say.
Can the compliments, Buck. Here, I brought you a basket of fresh eggs.
Thanks. Now, wait a minute. There's no eggs in this basket, or just your pet hen.
Give her time, Buck.
Well, Daisy, speaking of eggs, where's your pappy?
He's down at Ike Muller's saloon getting boiled.
You know, Daisy, your pappy's going to get in trouble with his actions. I'm surprised someone ain't punched him in the nose.
They can't. It's always behind a jug.
I believe he's got something there. What's the old rascal been doing lately?
Well, the other night when he came home, he slid down the chimney.
Oh, still playing Santa Claus, eh?
Nope, he couldn't find the door.
Well.
Here comes Pappy now.
Well, he found that one. Hello, Frank.
Hello, Buck.
seems kind of funny, you laying down and me standing up.
Nice rhythm there. Listen, Frank. You put that gag over. What's the idea of crashing in here like that? Ain't you never been in a hospital before?
Why, sure. I was here last fall to have my tonsils and pink elephants taken out.
Oh, that's too bad.
Yeah, the tonsils has gone permanent.
That's good.
Excuse me, folks, but I got to take the sheriff's temperature. Here, Buck, put this thermometer in your mouth.
Shucks, nurse, those things are a fake. Ate 3 of them this morning. Didn't do me a bit of good.
Well, you should have chewed them.
Oh.
I think you're running a little fever, Buck.
What are you laughing at, Daisy?
Buck fever.
Daisy, you're plumb giddy today.
Who's there?
It's the doctor.
Well, come in.
Hello, are you Buck Benny?
That's me. Are you a doctor?
I'm not a friend then, sir. Here's my card. Physician, surgeon, and what my patients say about me is a lie.
Let's see that card. Dr. C.F. Schmettener, M.D. Well, what's the M.D. for?
Saddles.
M.D. Saddles, I see. Well, I didn't know you were my doctor.
I've been working on you every morning for a week.
Oh, I thought you were making the bed. What's really the matter with me, Doc?
Well, my diagnosis is
Yes?
you got acute hemorrhagilia and cerebellar concussion.
What does that mean, Doc?
Oh, if I knew that, I could cure you.
That's fine.
Where is my medicine kit? I must have left it someplace.
I didn't see it.
Well, open your mouth.
I
I thought so.
What's the matter, Doc?
It's not in there.
Now, Doc, quit fooling around. I got a broken neck.
Wear a muffler. Who'll see it?
I don't need a muffler. I'm wearing a hospital nightgown.
Now let me feel your pulse, Poopsie. Give me your wrist.
Here.
Well.
What's the matter, Doc?
Can you stand a shot?
Yes.
You're dead. Goodbye.
Oh, doctor, wait for me. I want to ask you something.
Say, Buck, didn't that doctor look familiar to you?
Now that you mention it, Frank, he sure did. I think his beard was on a little crooked.
What's the name on that card?
Dr. C.F. Schmettener. C.F. That could be Cactus Face.
Sure could.
Oh, look, Buck, the doctor gave me this note and ran out of the building.
He did? Let me see it.
What does it say?
Dear ex-patient, if you are still alive when you read this, I hope you'll die from the shock. I am none other than Cactus Face Elmer. You were right, Frank. That was Cactus Face. And I'm going out to get him.
You can't leave here, Sheriff. You're a sick man.
I'm well enough now, and my duty comes first. And believe me, this time I'm going to bring him back.
Send him back. I'm sick of you.
How do you feel, partner? Then let's go. Buck Benny rides again.
What happened?
Do you really want to know?
Yes.
Then tune in next Sunday night. Will Buck get Cactus Face?
Will he have to pay for the window?
Will it snow in New York?
Will it rain in California?
Be with us next Sunday night and you'll know. Play, boys.
And we'll be with you again next Sunday night when we continue with Buck Benny Rides Again. And even if I am a couple of days late, folks, on behalf of the members of the company and myself, I want to wish all of you listeners a very happy and prosperous New Year. Oh, Mary.
Yes.
Take a wire to Fred Allen, will you?
Okay.
Hey, dear Fred, I am not ashamed of myself. When I was 10 years old, I could play Flight of the Bumblebee on my violin, too. You know how to spell Signed, Jack Benny.
This mystery will also be continued next week.
Yes, good night, folks.
The Jell-O program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston and Phil Harris and his orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we bring you America's boyfriend who can't get a date, Jack Benny.
Thanks. Jell-O again. This is Jack Benny, the lone wolf, talking. Can't get a date. I can have a date every night in the week if I want to.
Oh, I didn't mean anything, Jack. I just wanted to start out with a laugh, that's all.
Well, there's very little humor getting laughs at other people's expense. And that reminds me, come here a minute, Don. Did you hear Fred Allen last Wednesday night?
Oh, sure. It was a swell program. It was really great.
Don't review it, Don. Just answer yes or no. Did you hear Allen make those innuendos? You know, those slurring remarks about my violin playing?
Yes, I did.
Pretty catty, wasn't it?
Oh, I don't know. He was just kidding, and you're taking it seriously.
Well, so would Heifetz or any other musician. Why didn't Fred make those cracks when we were both in New York instead of waiting till I'm 4,000 miles away? It ain't cricket, you know.
Oh, now, calm down, Jack.
Did you hear him, Phil?
Yeah. He was very funny.
Well, that's not the point. What does Allen know about music anyway? He's just a reformed juggler. Let him top that one.
Hello, Jack.
Well, as I live and breathe and stand under a strong light so people won't mistake the wrinkles in my face for a washboard, ho, if it ain't Portland.
I mean Mary. Hope he heard that.
What's the matter with you, Jack?
Plenty. Did you hear Fred Allen Wednesday?
Yeah. Gee, that was a funny program. What laughs. Wow.
Don't elaborate, you little traitor. The way he talked about my violin playing, I ought to sue him.
You ought to sue your teacher, too.
Is that so? Well, I expected that from you. Anyway, for your information, young lady, I took violin lessons before Allen was born.
You did a lot of things before Allen was born.
Well, then let him respect his elders. Imagine saying that I couldn't play Flight of the Bumblebee at the age of 10. I played Flight of the Bumblebee so often I got the hives.
I bet you stung up the whole town with it.
Oh, yeah?
Mary, that was a honey.
Hey, wait a minute, Phil. You know, you're still on probation with me. If you don't behave yourself, I'll make you take back that watch you gave me for Christmas.
Okay, where is it?
Well, just be careful, that's all.
Hello, Jack.
What's so funny, Kenny?
Did you hear Fred Allen? Oh, boy, that guy kills me.
Yeah. Listen, Kelly, did you realize he insulted me?
Yeah.
Now, wait a minute. I want to tell you something, and this goes for all of you. I'm going to make a rule right now. Hereafter, anybody working for me can listen to Allen's program, but they mustn't enjoy it. And furthermore, either Fred Allen will have to apologize or send me a watch. And a good one, too. Come in.
Mr. Benny,
Yes?
I want to take this opportunity of wishing you and your company a very, very happy New Year.
Well, you said that last week.
My mother didn't hear me. Goodbye.
I'll bet Allen sent him over to annoy me. Say, Phil, I didn't see you over at Paramount Silver Jubilee for Adolf Zucker last Thursday night. Where were you?
Well, I did want to be there, Jack, but I had to work.
Oh, it's too bad. We had a lot of fun. All the big stars were there. You know, Fred McMurray and Mary Boland and Carol Lombard. It was a gala event.
Gee, I'm sorry I missed it.
So am I.
What a party. You know, after the show was over, I took Miss Lombard out. I mean, Carol. We went for a little drive.
Just the two of you?
No, Clark Gable went along. You know, for laughs. You know. See, he happens to be a friend of Carol's family. Also a good friend of Carol's.
So good that Jack sat in the rumble seat.
Who asked you?
Did you, Jack?
Well, I'm a sort of an outdoor man, you know. You know, one sniff of monoxide and I'm a new person. That's monoxide.
Well, then, Jack, Miss Lombard really had a date with Clark Gable, huh?
No, it was a kind of a trio, you know.
Oh, boy.
What is it, Kenny?
That Fred Allen sure panicked me.
I wish you'd tune in on us once in a while. Well, anyway, Phil, the three of us were driving along, and we stopped over at the Brown Derby to get a... That's a Happy New Year. I'm not having one. Come in.
Mr. Benny,
Yes?
I hope I'm not intruding.
No, I'm just in the middle of my program, that's all.
Well, if I could have a moment of your time, I'd like to raise my voice in protest.
Well, go ahead. What seems to be the trouble?
Well, you've been doing a Western serial for weeks now called Buck Benny Rides Again.
Yes, I have.
Well, it's been causing me no end of trouble and just tons of embarrassment.
Well, in what way?
Well, you see, my name happens to be Buckingham Benny.
Oh.
But now everybody crudely refers to me as Buck.
Buckingham Benny. You're not a relative of mine, are you?
Goodness, no.
Well, it makes me feel better, too. Well, tell me, Buckingham, what do you do? I mean, what business are you in?
I'm a window dresser in Pomona.
A window dresser? Well, tell me, what's the well-dressed window wearing this season?
Oh, don't be so facetious.
I won't.
You would if you knew what it meant.
Quiet. Well, Bucky, I've never met a window dresser before. How do you go about dressing a window?
Well, I use a lot of velvet drapes and chiffon and colored silk.
Do you use any crepe de chine?
Oh, just oodles of it.
I see. Mary, what are you laughing at?
Kenny likes Fred Allen.
Well, Buckingham, I'm terribly sorry about the whole mess. Is there anything I can do?
Yes, I wish you would discontinue Buck Benny Rides Again.
We can't very well tonight, but look, as long as you've already become involved in this predicament, how about sticking around a while and appearing in our Western play?
Oh, no. I'm terribly afraid of horses.
Well, so am I, but don't tell anybody.
And guns. Do you use guns?
Yes.
Well, I hate them. I've never even shot off my mouth.
By the way, Bucky, this is Mary Livingston.
How do you do?
Hello, Buck.
See? I get that all day long.
Well, so do I. Don't worry.
Well, you get paid for it.
Well, that's a thought. Oh, I want you to meet Kenny Baker. He's going to sing for us in a moment. Kenny, this is Buckingham Benny.
Hiya, Buck. I'm going home.
Now, don't let it upset you. Don't get angry.
I bet he carries mad money.
Yeah, now sit right down here and listen to Kenny's song. What are you going to sing for us tonight, Kenny?
The Kashmiri song, and I dedicate it to Mr. Buckingham Benny of Pomona.
Oh, look. Look, Mr. Benny, look.
Well, what's the trouble?
What's that?
That's Don Wilson. Be quiet and sit down. Go ahead and sing, Kenny. Very good, Kenny. Delightful, delicious, and lovely. That was Kashmiri song sung by Kenny Baker, accompanied by the orchestra, and listened to by Buckingham. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as a complete surprise to nobody, we are going to offer episode 10 of our original Western serial.
Mr. Benny.
Yes?
If you're going to start that cowboy stuff, I'm leaving.
Where are you going, Bucky?
Back to Pomona. Goodbye.
There he goes. I hope he gets home all right. Anyway, tonight, ladies and gentlemen, again we give you Buck Benny Rides Again. Or wait till he tries to walk. Once more, I will play the part of Sheriff Buck Benny. As tough an hombre as ever wore a fright wig for a toupee. Slip one over on you, boys. The scene is the office of the sheriff of Cactus County, where we find the sheriff with his mind on his work and his feet on his desk. Curtain. Music.
Morning, Sheriff.
Morning, Sheriff.
Wake him up, Deputy Baker.
Okay.
Ouch. Deputy Baker, what's the idea of waking me up so violent-like?
Sorry, Buck. I'll buy you a new hat.
I'm not worried about the hat, but that ear will be kind of hard to replace. What's up, boys?
Well, Sheriff, the town folks are kind of up in arms because you ain't captured Cactus Face.
Tell them everything is all right now. I just dreamt I cornered Cactus Face in Red Gulch Canyon.
You did? Did you slap the handcuffs on him?
No, I'm saving that till I go to sleep tonight.
Well, congratulations, Sheriff. I knew you could do it.
I could catch an outlaw, too, if I didn't have insomnia.
You couldn't catch a maverick with a corral for a lasso.
Oh, you're just trying to mix me up.
Mix you up while you were born in an egg beater. Should be a knock on the door here. I was right. Must be Daisy, my sweetheart. Come in, Daisy. Hello, Daisy.
Hello, tall, dark, and dopey.
Well, gal, your brains don't exactly make it in par. Gotta wait for that one just a second. Ain't seen your pappy lately. Where is he?
He'll be along in a minute. He just stopped by Ike Muller's saloon for his mail.
Why don't he go to the post office?
He says there's no kick in their ink.
Government ought to do something about that. Anyway, I'd like to see the old critter.
Here comes Pappy now.
Hi, Frank.
Hello, Buck. When'd you get the new glass door?
Glass door? Why, you just came in through the window.
I thought that first step was kind of high.
So were you, Pappy. So were you. Frank, how much brandy do you drink anyway?
Well, I don't know, Buck, but I'm having an adding machine put on my jug.
Well, you better be careful. You're getting kind of fat. Don't you take any setting up exercises?
Sure, when anybody sets them up.
Well, that ought to help. Answer the phone, Daisy.
Hello? Yes? Yes, I'll tell him. Oh, Buck, it's Sheriff Andy Devine. He wants to talk to you.
Oh, Andy, eh? Hello, Andy. What's that? You did? I'll rush right over. Hold everything till I get there. Goodbye.
What is it, Buck?
Sheriff Devine just saw Cactus Face going into that old deserted hotel at Tombstone Creek.
Tombstone Creek, well, that town's been deserted for nigh on to 30 years.
Yeah.
Gee, Buck, they say that old hotel is haunted. It's full of spirits.
So is Pappy, and he ain't haunted.
Don't be too sure, gal. Well, you stay here, boys. I'm going to get Cactus Face. I'm off to Tombstone Creek to meet Sheriff Devine.
You want me to go with you, Buck?
Sure thing, Daisy, but ain't you scared?
Not any more than you are.
Well, you can still come. But we're going to bring back that varmint this time.
Dead or alive.
Come on, gal. Buck Benny rides again. Whoa! Whoa! Those nags of mine are getting bigger laughs than I am.
You better put a Mickey Finn in their oats.
Ask me that again, gal. I got a piece of an answer. Go ahead. What for? This is a humdinger.
You better put a Mickey Finn in their oats.
I did, and they liked it. Wanted to get that one. Getting dark, Daisy. You know where we are?
No idea, Buck.
Reckon we must be lost. Wait a minute. Here comes someone down the road. I'll ask him. Hey, buddy. You know the way to Tombstone Creek?
I don't even know the way to Pomona.
Buckingham. He wouldn't know, Daisy.
Look, Buck, there's a light flickering straight ahead. Gee, it's spooky looking.
That might be the hotel. Wait. I see a figure standing out in front of it.
Maybe it's Andy.
Looks kind of dark, though.
Then it must be Amos.
Can't be. They're in Palm Springs. Anyhow, it's no time for humor, gal. Let's go. Come on, partner. Get here. Come on. Get here. Here we are, Daisy. Whoa, partner.
Whoa. There's Andy Devine now.
Hello, Sheriff.
Hiya, Buck.
Shucks, that applause is liable to tip off Cactus Face.
I can't help it, Buck. I got relatives in the audience.
Is this the hotel where Cactus Face is hiding?
Yep. Say, Buck, did you hear Fred Allen Wednesday night?
Never mind that. Let's go inside. Come along.
Come on, Buck.
You ain't scared, are you, Buck?
No. Come on, follow me.
Well, you're behind us.
And I'll follow you. Someone may attack us from behind. Quiet.
Well, I can't find the door, Buck.
There it is, right behind that wolf.
He's got welcome written on him, so let's go in.
Did you see that, Andy?
Yeah, the door opened by itself.
Oh, yeah?
What's that?
Who are you?
I'm the doorman.
Funny, I can't see you.
No wonder I've been dead for 30 years.
Well, then I'll see you later. Come on, Andy.
What was that?
The telephone.
Well, answer it. It's suffering.
So are we.
Gotta leave you now. My wife's calling me.
It sounds like a wolf.
You should be married to her. Pardon me.
He must be gone with the wind. Sure is dark in here.
Do you think we ought to register, Buck?
No. We gotta search this place. You take my hand, Andy. And Daisy, you take Andy. Now follow me. Be quiet. I just saw someone duck behind that post. Come on. What was that? Sure glad you're holding my hand, Andy.
I'm not holding your hand.
Neither am I.
Then whose hand is this without an arm on it? Let go of me.
Take it easy, Buck.
Who are you?
I'm the bougie man.
That's Boogie. Not Bougie.
Well, it's dark in here. Goodbye.
Must be a ghost artist. Come on, Andy. We'll try this next room. Funny, I don't hear our footsteps.
No wonder the sound man has been dead for 30 years.
Oh.
Hey, look, Buck, look. The closet door's opening.
It sure is. Cactus Face might be in there.
No, he isn't.
There's that doorman again. What are you laughing at?
Did you hear Fred Allen Wednesday night?
Don't be so smart.
Hey, Buck! Hey, Buck, look!
There's someone running away.
Must be Cactus Face. Let's get him. I got him, Andy.
So am I!
Last week got you, you rat. Strike a match, Andy.
Okay.
Why, Buck, that ain't Cactus Face.
You're right. Listen, you, what are you doing here?
I'm just trying to get back to Pomona.
Oh, you, Buckingham, still lost, huh?
Yes, don't you know the way to Pomona?
Look, Buckingham, look, it's very simple. Look, you go out Melrose until you get to Western Avenue, see? Then you turn right until you get to 3rd Street.
Yeah.
Then you continue through the 3rd Street Tunnel and bear east on Garvey Boulevard.
Yeah.
Now, you follow Garvey right through Monterey Park, Wilmar, and then you go...
These thrilling directions will be continued next Sunday night. Will Buck get Cactus Face? Will Cactus Face find a new hideout? Will Buckingham get back to Pomona? Tune in next Sunday and hear for yourselves.
And we'll be with you again next Sunday night when we continue with Buck Benny Rides Again. Meanwhile, I'd like to thank several people for appearing on tonight's program. Andy Devine of Universal, Benny Baker of Paramount, and
Mary Livingston of Bedford Drive.
Bedford Drive.
Yeah, you go down Melrose Avenue until you get to Vine Street. Turn to your right, you get to Sunset Boulevard. Then you make a left
Never
turn...
mind, Mary. Good night, folks.
The Jell-O program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston and Phil Harris and his orchestra. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we bring you that violinist with the accent on viol, Jack Benny.
Thank you. That was very funny, Don. Very humorous. Evidently, you've been listening to Fred Allen again.
Oh, yes, I have, Jack. Did you hear him last Wednesday?
Yes, Don, but only with my ears. My heart wasn't in it. Any man that can stand before a microphone and say that I can't play a violin just isn't normal. That's all.
But, Jack, he didn't say that you couldn't play the violin.
No?
All he said was you shouldn't play it.
Oh. I see.
Say, Jack,
Yes, Mary.
all I heard him say was you couldn't play the violin at the age of 10.
I'm glad you brought that up, Mary, because I've got a photograph of myself right here, taken when I was 10 years old, playing the B on my violin. A very difficult number. Here, Mary, look. Yeah, what do you think of that?
I'm glad it's not a sound picture.
They didn't have them in those days.
But, Jack, now how can we tell what number you're playing?
Well, if you were a musician, you'd know. Say, who are you working for anyway, Fred Allen or me? That's right. Give Allen more ammunition to work with.
Let's see that picture a minute, will you, Mary?
Yeah, look at it, Phil. You're a musician. That proves conclusively that I'm an artist.
Well, Jack, anybody can have a picture taken with a violin.
Yes, Phil, but look, can't you tell from the way I'm holding it that I can play?
You're holding it upside down.
Well, it's much harder that way. Anyway, I had a small chin, and I couldn't put the violin under it.
Now you can put a cello under it.
That's so.
Can I see the picture too, Jack?
Why? Why 2 twos? Why do you want to see the picture, Kenny?
Well, everybody else is getting laughs out of it.
Yeah, you don't need it. Don't get cute, Kenny. And another thing, Fred Allen said I only had 2 strings on my fiddle. Imagine, that's what he called my Stradivarius, a fiddle.
Is it a Stradivarius?
That's not the point. Anyway, you count. Mary, you count it, will you? How many strings do you see in this picture?
4.
See?
3 on the violin and 1 around your waist.
Well, that was to hold my trousers up. I was a poor boy in those days. That's what burns me up, Allen picking on a poor, defenseless boy. Anyway, I don't want to discuss it any further. I should stoop to argue with a toothpaste salesman.
Well, you could use one.
I said toothpaste, not toupee. Now, let's forget it. Say, Kenny, I want you to sing your song earlier tonight. It's very important.
Okay, Jack.
Come in.
Mr. Benny?
Yes?
I want to take this opportunity of wishing you and your company a very, very happy New Year.
Say, what is it? How long are you going to keep coming here?
Until I get paid. Goodbye.
Gee, is he going to stick around all year?
It looks like it. Now, ladies and gentlemen, at this moment, we have a great treat in store for you and a real surprise. A guest star who needs no introduction. No doubt most of you have read about the recent open golf tournament held right here in Los Angeles at Griffith Park. This tournament was won by Mr. Harry Cooper, whose sensational last-minute spurt will go down in golf history. His playing throughout the entire match was nothing short of phenomenal. And yet Mr. Cooper remains the same modest, unassuming fellow he has always been. And so now, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, it is my pleasure to present to you the man who was hit in the face with a divot, dug up by the club, held in the hands of Harry Cooper. None other than Mr. Oscar T. Fortu. Mr. Fortu, it is a rare privilege to have you appear on our program.
Thank you. I know how you feel.
Now, as I understand it, a week ago Saturday, you were hit with a divot. That is a clump of dirt thrown up by Harry Cooper's club. Is that correct?
Yes, indeedy.
Tell me, Mr. Fortu, how did you happen to get hit in the face with a divot?
I forgot to pivot.
Well, I can hardly believe it. Would you mind telling me exactly how and where you were hit, if you'd be so kindly?
Yes. Well, I was standing in the fairway facing Mr. Cooper.
I see.
And when he struck the ball, he dug up some turf which caught me kerplunk in the kisser.
Oh, yes.
In fact, some of the dirt went in my nostrils and some of it went in my mouth.
Well, and what did you say when that happened?
I've got you under my skin.
Well, you showed great presence of mind.
Yes, indeedy.
Mr. Indeedy goes to town.
Yes. Tell me, Mr. Fortu, do you do anything else besides getting hit in the face?
Oh, very little.
Oh.
Of course, once in a while, I like a good kick in the pants.
You'll get one if you hang around here.
Quiet, Miss Livingston. Well, sir, it's been a great honor having you with us, and I hope we'll see you soon again with more dirt than ever on your face.
Well, thank you.
Yeah, here's mud in your eye.
Yes. Well, I must hurry now, as I'm going to see a movie, and it starts in a few minutes.
Oh, what's the name of the picture?
The Good Earth.
Oh. Goodbye. Folks. What other programming brings you these highlights? And now, ladies and gentlemen, going from the subnormal to the sublime, we will pick up the 11th chapter, and we hope the final one, of our original Western serial, Buck Benny Rides Again, or The Horse that Jack Built. Once more, I will enact the role of Sheriff Buck Benny, as tough an hombre as ever scratched his back with a wildcat. In the opening scene, we find Buck on horseback approaching the home of Daisy Carson, his sweetheart. Curtain. Music. Giddy up, Belle. Giddy up. Whoa, partner, whoa. A good horse, even if he is bald-headed.
Hey, Buck! Buck!
Well, thought we'd find you here, Sheriff.
Hello, deputies. What's wrong?
Two of our guests broke out of jail.
They did? Who were they?
Fat-Faced Morrow and Slim Boulogne.
Fat-Face and Slimmy. You better get after them.
I'm on the trail of Fatty now.
Where are you going, Baker?
After the Thin Man.
Well, go ahead, boys. Glad you're leaving with a laugh.
Come in.
Well, hello, Daisy.
Hello, tall, dark, and big ears.
Well, gal, you can't exactly head into the wind yourself.
Can I fix you a little breakfast?
No, thanks, but I am thirsty. Mind getting me a drink of water, Daisy?
Sorry, Buck, but Pappy filled the well full of brandy.
Just like it. Where is your Pappy?
If he ain't in the well, he's down at Ike Muller's drinking breakfast.
Daisy, I'm glad I got a few minutes with you alone. You know, my ma's been thinking things over, and she asked me to ask you to marry me. How about it?
Well, when you get home, tell your ma that you asked me, and I told you to tell her that I said no.
Sure. Ma'll be mighty disappointed. Wish I could say the same.
Anyway, Buck, I told you once before that I can't ever marry you till Pappy passes on.
Till Pappy passes on, eh?
Yep, but I don't mean out.
I'd sure like to see that old cut-up.
Help! Help! Get them elephants off my tray.
Here comes Pappy now.
Hello, Buck.
Hiya, Frank. What you got in that bottle?
Well, I stopped in at the drugstore and got myself some peroxide.
Peroxide? Don't tell me you're going to drink that.
Nope, just thought I'd bleach my nose.
Good idea, Frank. You've been stopping traffic on Main Street long enough.
Did you have your breakfast yet, Pappy?
No, I ain't, Daisy. You got any eggs in the house?
Sorry, but we're all out of them.
Shucks, and I had my heart set on a gin omelet.
That's too bad, huh?
So long, Buck.
Where you going, Pappy?
If you want me, I'll be in the well.
Good old Pappy. There he goes. Well, gotta be running along, Daisy. You know, I still haven't found Cactus Face or your Pappy's stolen cows. But it won't be long now.
By the time you find our cows, they'll be giving gray milk.
Don't worry, gal. You going to reconsider my ma's offer?
No, Buck. Anyway, you got a rival now. I'm kind of stuck on somebody else.
Oh, yeah? Well, I ain't jealous, gal. But if anybody steps in between you and me, well...
Well, what?
Just well, that's all. Just plain well.
Are you calling me?
No, Pappy. Jump back in. Better be careful in that well, Frank.
Don't worry, Buck. He swims like a fish, too.
Well, that comes in handy.
Come in.
Hello, Daisy.
Hello, chubby puss.
Here, Daisy, I brought you a box of chocolates.
Thanks.
That's the guy, yeah?
Why, Annie, these pieces are all melded together.
Well, make believe it's a chocolate bar and shut up.
Gee, you're cute.
I'd never get away with that.
Say, Daisy, my ma asked me to ask you to marry me. What do you say?
Wait a minute, Andy. My ma asked me to ask Daisy first.
Well, my ma likes Daisy better than your ma does.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, and your ma better be careful because my ma packs a wicked right.
Well, my ma don't chop wood for nothing. Mind if I have a piece of candy?
Help yourself, Buck.
Thanks.
Hey, that's my candy.
You keep out of there.
Now, let me tell you something, Andy. I'll answer that phone, Daisy. I'm expecting an important call. Hello? Yes? Who? Why, hello, Buck. It's Buck Jones.
Buck Jones?
Not that big Western movie star.
Another?
Gee, I should have had my hair done. Have I got time to bite my nails?
Pardon the interruption, Buck. What's on your mind? Yes? Yes? Well, burn my britches and put me in court. Thanks, Buck. See you later. So long.
What is it?
Buck Jones is down at the Hotel Fly in Sonata, Texas. And he said he just saw Cactus Face walking into the El Toro saloon.
He did?
Yeah, we better get on our horses, Andy, and head for Ensenada. Jones is waiting for us at the hotel there. Goodbye, Daisy.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, Pappy. I sure will. Well, we're on our way to Mexico, and this time we're going to bring back Cactus Face. Buck Benny rides again.
Oh, does Andy Devine?
Buck and Andy are now on the way to Ensenada. They may not find Cactus Face, but they will find Jell-O, and that's all I care about, because whether you're in the United States or Mexico, you can always get the genuine Jell-O with the big red letters on the box.
No use rushing, Andy. We got a long ride ahead of us. A long, tough trail.
We sure have, Buck. You want to hear some music?
Where you going to get music?
Well, I had a radio built in my horse.
Well, tune her in, Andy. Tune her in.
3 days have elapsed, and now we find Buck and Andy in Mexico approaching the quaint little town of Ensenada.
I said Texas before, Andy. I meant Mexico. Might as well clear that up with our listening audience. Sure has been a long trip, Andy.
Yeah, mighty lucky we had that radio, Buck.
Sure is. Tune her in again.
Okay.
Oh, Mr. Allen! Mr. Allen!
Turn that off, Andy.
Say, Buck.
Yeah?
I'm worried. How are we going to get along down here in Mexico?
Don't worry, Andy. I can speak the language like a native. Say, see those lights up ahead? That might be the Playa Ensenada Hotel.
It might at that.
Here comes a little Mexican girl down the road. I'll ask her. Oh. Oya, buenos dias, señorita. ¿Dónde está el Hotel Playa Ensenada? ¿Está muy?
It's that large white building right ahead of you. The one with the red tile roof. You can't miss it.
Gracias, señorita. Gracias.
You're welcome, sir.
Thank you. You see, Andy, lucky I'm here with you.
You sure understood her, Buck.
Well, let's get going. We don't want to keep Buck Jones awaiting.
Okay, giddy up.
Come on, partner.
Whoa, whoa, partner.
Whoa.
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 We nearly had a photographic finish. Beautiful place, Andy. Let's go inside and talk to the clerk.
Well, you'll have to do the talking, Buck.
Okay. Oye, ¿cómo está, señor? Dígame, por favor, si está hospedado aquí el señor Buck Jones.
Oh, yes, he's in room 201. I'll send for him immediately.
Gracias, señorita. Or señor. Gracias.
You sure get along swell down here, Buck.
Yep, I never have any trouble talking to a native. I only wish I could find one. Well, here comes Buck Jones now.
Sure enough.
Sure.
Hello, boys.
Hello, Hello, Buck. Glad to see you.
Sure glad to see you, too, Buck.
You know Sheriff Andy Devine.
Why, sure. We made a picture together quite a while ago. Remember that, Andy? Yep, and we had a lot of fun making it, didn't we?
You know, Buck, I made a couple of pictures myself lately for Paramount. The big broadcast and college holiday. Did you see them?
I don't know. Were they Western?
No, I stepped out of character for those. Tell me, Buck, when you called me on the phone, were you positive you saw Cactus Face Elmer, the outlaw?
No, I wasn't.
What did you call me for?
Oh, I just wanted to get on your program.
Well, I need a fella like you to help me catch that varmint. Let's go into the bar and have a drink. Find out where the bar is, Andy.
I can't speak the language here.
Oh, that's right. I'll find out. Oye, portero, ¿dónde está el café?
Right down the hall. First door to your right.
I said the bar room.
Oh, second door to your right.
Come on, boys. Let's go in. Well, you having a good time down here in Ensenada, Buck?
Sure am, Buck. How about you?
Well, I had a rough trip, Buck.
Oh, fuck up, Buck.
Oh, Buck.
My name is Andy. See if you can squeeze that in.
Well, here we are, fellas. Have a drink on me.
Well, boys, what'll it be?
I'll have a gin Buck. What'll you have, Buck?
I'll have a Buck Carty.
How about you, Sheriff?
I'll have a Tom and Andy.
That's Tom and Jerry.
Well, let Jerry look out for himself.
Say, fellas, come here a minute. That bartender looks kind of familiar to me.
He does?
Might be disguised. Wait a minute, I got a hunch. Andy, you keep him covered while I talk to him.
Okay, Sheriff.
And Jones, you circle around the other side and keep him covered from there.
Don't tell me what to do. I'm a real cowboy.
Oh, well, come on and play.
I got a sneaking idea that it's Cactus Face, the fellow who stole Carson's cow. Hey, bartender.
Yes, gentlemen.
What did you do before you tended bars?
I was in the milk business.
In the milk business, eh?
Yes, sir. From cows to cowtails.
Now, listen, fellas. If this guy can't speak Spanish, we got our man. Hey, bartender. ¿Qué conoce usted de ese lugar del país?
Yo solo soy wissen sensores.
Ajá. ¿Cuánto tiempo tiene trabajando aquí?
Is that so? A Schwarz years old year,
I'm afraid we're on the wrong trail, boys. I'll try it once more. ¿Está segura que me dice la verdad de usted?
3 minutes, King Cup, and verga hargit. Poopsie.
Poopsie? It's Cactus Face. Grab him, boys. The lights are out. Watch that door. I got him, fellas. I got him. Wait a minute. Who's stepping on my hand?
Get off of me, Sheriff. You're on my back.
Can't help it, Andy. Buck Jones is on mine.
Then who's on me?
William F. Hart.
This floor show will not be continued next Sunday night. Will Buck get off Buck? Will Andy get off the floor? Will our sponsor tell us where to get off? Tune in next Sunday night and find out.
We'll be with you again next Sunday night. Meanwhile, I want to thank all of our guests this evening. Hope we had as many listeners. Buck Jones of Universal, Andy Devine of Likewise, Patsy Flick of Warner Brothers, and
Jack Benny of Waukegan.
Buenas noches, folks.
The Jell-O program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston and Phil Harris and his orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we bring you a man who as a child had whooping cough, measles, and violin lessons, Jack Benny.
Hello again. This is not Jack Benny talking. So who do you think it is? Now guess. No. No. Give up? It's me. And tonight, folks...
Wait a minute, Mary. Wait a minute. What's the idea?
Well, I don't see Jack standing around, so somebody had to jump in. Do you know where he is, John?
No, but he can't be very far. He left his shoes here.
Maybe he's breaking in a new...
I am.
You can get 3-1 on that. Gee, I hope nothing's happened to him.
Say, Mary, did you notice that Jack's been acting kind of strange all week, sort of jittery-like?
Yeah. This afternoon he handed me a glass of milk, and it was malted before I could grab it.
Why, he goes around with a violin under his arm and keeps muttering to himself. What's wrong with him, anyway?
He's got a bad case of Fred Allen.
He has?
Is it catching?
No.
Hello, kids. What's the trouble?
Oh, Phil, do you know where Jack is?
Sure, he's in the next room practicing his violin.
Oh.
He's been in there all day rehearsing that number called The Bee, and with the door closed, too.
Well, that helps.
Open the door, Mary, and call him out here, please.
Okay.
Hey, close that door.
Don't worry, we will. What are you doing, Jack?
What am I doing? What's this I got under my chin?
Another chin.
I mean, under both of them. I'm practicing the bee.
Say, I thought you said you could play the bee when you were a kid.
Well, I could, but a lot of honey has gone over the dam since then.
Oh, boy, that's a pip.
Did you get it, Kenny?
Not yet, but I will.
Well, keep right after it. It's a hot one. Darn that violin. And Fred Allen, too. Anyway, you fellas go ahead with the program. And, Kenny, get ready to do your song. I want to perfect my cadenzas.
Telegram for Jack Benny.
Take it, Mary. I'm busy.
Okay. Oh, Jack, isn't this wonderful?
What?
On account of your violin, they've renamed a town in Florida after you.
Oh, yeah? What's it called now?
Off Key West.
Is that so?
Let him stay in there. We can get along without him.
I heard that.
These door slams come to you through the courtesy of our sound effects man who works for the National Broadcasting Company, over whose network we broadcast each and every Sunday night. Thank you. And now Kenny Baker will sing that currently popular hit, I've Got You Under My Skin.
Wait a minute, Kenny. I just thought of a swell joke you can pull on Jack.
Yeah? What is it?
Well, you tell him you're going to sing a number dedicated to his violin.
Yeah?
And when he asks you what it is, you say, I've got you under my chin.
Oh, boy. Will he laugh?
Sure he will. Call him out.
Gee, that's a pip. Oh, boy. Hey, Jack.
Yeah?
I'm going to do a song dedicated to your violin. Now you ask me what it is.
All right, Kenny, what is it?
Cheek to cheek.
What a dope.
Yeah, he didn't get it at all.
You better sing, Kenny. That was I've Got You Under My Skin from the motion picture Born to Dance, sung by...
Never mind, Don. I'll take it. I'm through practicing. That was Cheek to Cheek, sung by Kenny Baker. I didn't hear it, Kenny, but I imagine it was very good. How was it, fellas?
Oh, I did a great job, Jack.
Good, huh? I knew it would be.
Thanks, Jack.
Yeah, of course, I suppose Fred Allen will go around saying you can't sing.
Well, can I?
Yes, can I? But he picks on... but he picks on everybody, especially when they have talent. Take my case, for instance.
Hold on a minute, Jack. I never heard Fred say anything detrimental about you or anyone else.
Neither have I.
Oh, I suppose you didn't hear him say that when I was 10 years old, I had my violin in a pawn shop. Well, didn't you? That's not the point. It was years later. And another thing, Allen isn't even his right name. You know that, Mary, don't you?
Is Benny yours?
And another thing. He should be the last one to talk. His product's only got one flavor. Wow! Zoe! Let him top that one. Yeah.
What happened?
Nothing, but it was loud.
Well, Jack, I noticed in today's paper where Allen is coming out here to Hollywood to make a picture.
Oh, he is? Well, that won't cause me or Gable to lose any sleep.
Me neither.
You keep out of it. Right away, he's a Gable. Well, all I can say is good luck to Mr. Allen and pictures. Of course, there's a limit to what a makeup man can do. Huh, Mary?
You ought to know.
Yeah. Well, let's drop the subject. I don't care who's coming out here to make pictures. Nobody worries me, especially Alan.
Yeah, then what happened to your fingernails?
I was hungry. Now, let's go on with the program, Ace. Tonight, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to present an original... Come in.
Mr. Benny?
Yes?
I want to take this opportunity of wishing you and your company a very, very happy New Year.
Now, wait a minute. I'm getting tired of this. Who are you, anyway?
Just a dreamer, aren't we all? Goodbye.
I thought it was Oscar the Flea there for a second. Well, somebody will throw a net over him. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as I was saying, we are going to present an original...
Hey, Jack.
Yes, Phil?
I meant to tell you, my mother and sister got in town yesterday from Mobile, Alabama.
Oh, from Mobile, huh? I wish it was Montgomery. Our sponsor comes from there. Little club.
You know, it was kind of a surprise visit, and I'd like to have you and the rest of the gang come over to the house tonight and meet him.
Oh, we'd love to, Phil, but we can't go until the program is over.
Oh, you go ahead. I'll join you later.
No. The program comes first.
Oh, by the way, here's a snapshot of Mom and Sis.
Oh, let's see it. Say, your mother's a charming-looking woman, Phil. And, well, so that's your sister. You know, she's real cute. Wow. What's her name, Phil?
Lucy Belle.
Lucy Belle. Is she married?
No, not yet.
Well, as long as your mother came all the way out here, maybe we ought to leave right away. Huh?
Well, of course, my sister made the trip,
yeah,
too.
You're telling me.
Have you got a brother, Phil?
No.
Oh, well, I'll come anyway.
Sure, come on, let's go. Say, have we got any horses left over from our Buck Benny play?
Sure, they're over there in the corner.
Well, then we're all set. Let's ride them over. Don, you take care of the musical numbers, and we'll see you later.
Okay, Jack. Leave everything to me.
Come on, fellas, untie those horses. You look almost like horses, boys. You know what I mean. Everybody all set? Now, wait a minute. Kenny, turn around in that saddle. You're facing the wrong end of the horse.
What horse?
Never mind. Come on, gang.
Well, now, folks, as long as everyone's gone, I might as well tune you into Phil Harris's house and see what's going on there.
Well, Mr. Benny, it sure is a pleasure to have you all here tonight.
Well, thank you, Mrs. Harris. I hope you're enjoying your stay here in California. Sort of a surprise visit, wasn't it?
Yes, we were going to Alaska, but the weather here seems...
Be careful, lady.
Who was that?
A man from the Chamber of Commerce. Oh, Kenny, this is Kenny Baker, Mrs. Harris. I'd like you to meet him.
Oh, son, I've been listening to you all for a long, long time, and I sure am glad to make your acquaintance, sure enough.
What?
Never mind. Oh, Mary, Mrs. Harris, I want you to meet Mary Livingston.
Well, little Mary. How are you all?
All of me are fine, thank you. How's your gang?
Mary.
Well, Jack, how do you like my mom?
She's all right. I can understand now how she has such a nice son and charming daughter.
Gee, I'm hungry.
You know, Mrs. Harris, Kenny is always hungry. But I can imagine why with that delightful aroma coming from the kitchen. I wonder what it is.
Smudged pot roast.
Quiet, that joke's only good in the West anyway. You know, Mrs. Harris, Kenny. Oh, Kenny.
What?
Put that goldfish back in the bowl.
Well, I'm hungry.
Well, throw it back anyway. What happened?
He forgot to let go of the fish.
Too bad he can swim. Huh? Say, Phil, where's your sister, Lucy Belle?
Oh, she'll be down in a minute.
You know, I saw her picture. I wonder what's keeping her.
Maybe she saw your picture.
Don't be funny.
Hey, Jack, here comes Lucy Belle now.
Oh, boy.
Stop shaking.
Who's shaking?
Come here, Lucy Belle. I want you to say hello to Jack Benny.
Well, how do you do?
This is a show of pleasure, Mr. Benny, and I'm just tickled pink to meet you.
Well, I'm tickled pink too, Lucy Belle. You know, Phil showed me your picture, and it doesn't flatter you one bit.
Oh, you cowboys just say those things.
No, I mean that. You know, Phil, your sister's sweet enough to eat.
Better keep her away from Kenny.
Quiet. Oh, Lucy Belle, this is Mary Livingston.
Well, Mary, I sure am tickled pink to meet you. I'm tickled pink to meet you, too.
That's tickled pink.
Oh, pardon my northern accent.
Oh, sis, that young man climbing out of the goldfish bowl is Kenny Baker.
Oh, Mr. Baker, I sure am tickled pink to meet y'all.
Thanks. Have you got a towel?
Kenny, go over by the fireplace and dry up. Well, Lucy Belle, I hope you're... I hope you're enjoying your stay here in Hollywood.
Oh, I sure am. And it's been a real thrill seeing all the movie stars in person.
I imagine so. Tell me, who are the favorite movie stars down your way?
Oh, Ann Southern and Dixie Lee.
Well, I can understand that.
Course, we like Carolina Lombard, too.
Oh. You like Georgia Raft and Charleston Butterworth?
Uh-huh.
You know, I make pictures, too.
You do? Well, hush my mouth.
Suppose I'll have to change my name to Jacksonville Benny.
Yeah, and I could be Maryland Livingston.
Maryland.
And I could be Kenny Tucker.
Kenny, throw a log in the fire and don't let go.
You know, Mr. Benny, I thought you were just a radio actor. Really, I did.
Well, I dabble in it a bit. Do you like radio, Lucy Belle?
Yes, I just adore Fred Allen, don't you?
Well, yes, I do. Personally, I prefer the more subtle type of humor.
Oh, well, I think he's just grand.
Well, everyone to their own taste. Of course, he doesn't come from the South, you know. Lucy Belle, you know, before you leave town, we'll have to step out together some evening and take in a movie or something.
Oh, I just love that, Mr. Benny. You know, I saw an elegant picture this afternoon.
You did? What was it?
Bing Crosby and Candice from Birmingham.
Yes, that is good.
Oh, Jack.
What?
I know another swell picture she can see.
What is it?
Lloyd's of Memphis.
Go sit down, will you?
Oh, boy.
What are you doing, Kenny?
I'm reading the funnies.
That's the family album.
He's still right.
Yeah.
Oh, Mr. Baker, hand me that album. I want to show you folks some pictures of Phil when he was a little boy.
Oh, Lucy Belle, don't do that.
Oh, that reminds me. You know what they used to call Phil when he was a baby?
What?
Filthy lamb.
Filthy lamb. Filthy lamb. Boy, that's rich.
You should laugh.
Yeah.
Remember what they called you when you were a kid?
Mary, quiet.
Dinky Pie.
Is that so?
Oh, here's a picture I wanted to show you. It's our favorite.
Which one?
Right here.
Right here?
Mm-hmm. It's
Right
Phil
here.
when he was 3 weeks old. It was taken on our plantation down south.
Oh, sis, don't show him that one.
Gee, Phil, 3 weeks old. You haven't got much clothing on there, have you? Mary, what are you laughing at?
Southern exposure. Answer the door, Phil.
I bet it's Don Wilson.
Hello, everybody.
Hello, Don. Hello, how are you?
Hiya, folks.
Why, Andy Devine, what are you doing here?
Why, Jack, Andy dropped in at the studio, so I thought I'd bring him along.
Oh, sure.
I hope I'm not intruding.
And Mrs. Harris, this is Don Wilson, and this is Andy Devine.
How do you do?
Glad to know you.
Lucy Belle, get the gentleman a cough drop.
Don't bother, Mrs. Harris. He always talks like that. Oh, boys, this is Phil's sister, Lucy Belle.
Here it comes, folks. I sure am tickled pink to meet you, boys. I told you so.
Gee, if I'd have known this, I wouldn't have got this haircut.
Oh, you look
look all right.
Control yourself, Andy. Well, Mrs. Harris, it's getting kind of late, and I think we'll have to be going.
Oh, I'm sorry you have to leave so soon. You must come again sometime.
Oh, we'll be glad to. Well, goodbye, Mrs. Harris. It's been delightful.
Thank you. Goodbye, boys. Come again. Goodbye. Goodbye.
Good night, Mrs. Harris.
Good night, my boy.
Kenny, put down Lucy Belle and go home. Well, Lucy Belle, I stayed behind. I just want to say again, it's been a real thrill meeting you. It's been delightful, and you're just lovely.
Oh, Mr. Benny, you say the cleverest thing.
I do, don't I? Well, I'd love to have you come over to our broadcast sometime. Maybe next Sunday, huh?
Oh, I'd just be tickled pink. Doesn't she get tickled any other color?
Don't mind her, Lucy Belle. Well, Lucy Belle, can I take you home?
Well, I live right here.
Oh, that's right. Well, goodbye, Lucy Belle.
Goodbye, Mr. Benny. I mean, Jack.
Gosh. Well, goodbye.
Why don't you open the door?
Do I know what I'm doing? Come on, Mary. Gee, she called me Jack. Wow. And I hope you'll be with us again next Sunday night. I don't know what's the matter with me.
Oh, Jack, pull yourself together. You're always letting some girl upset you.
I'm not upset.
And stop smoking your fountain pen.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this time I would like to announce our program for next Sunday. As you all know, we have never been on the air during the month of July. And we have a lot of 4th of July jokes which are just cluttering up the studio. Our janitor refuses to do anything about it. So therefore, next Sunday, January 31st, we will do our special 4th of July broadcast. So listen in and try to keep warm at the same time. Good night, folks.
The Jell-O program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston and Phil Harris and his orchestra. And now we bring you our radiant master of ceremonies with warmth in his heart and a cold in his head, Jack Benny.
Hello again. This is Jack Benny speaking to you through a Kleenex. So don't get too close to your radios, folks. You know how these colds spread.
Where did you get that cold, Jack?
Down at the racetrack. I went out to Santa Anita yesterday.
Oh, why didn't you wear an overcoat?
I did, Don. I wore one on the way out. The bookmaker wore it home.
Usually do, don't they?
I tell you one thing, Don. I'm through with horses. That 4th race yesterday cured me.
Well, that's all what happened.
Well, Don, I didn't mind when my horse stopped in the middle of the race and quit cold. But when he came over to the rail and asked me if I heard Fred Allen Wednesday night, that was going a little too far. How can a horse run during the day when he's up all night listening to the radio?
Well, Jack, even they have to have a little fun.
Say, Don, do you think Allen could have bribed those people to say I couldn't play the bee?
Why, Jack, I thought you told me this morning that you were going to forget all about him.
Oh, yes. Just slipped by me. Well, anyway, I swore I'd never bet on another horse as long as I live. Unless it's a sure thing,
Hiya, Don. Hello, sucker.
Listen, Mary, you didn't do so well at the track yourself yesterday.
I didn't, eh?
No.
I came home with 3 winners and a jockey.
Oh. Yeah.
Anyway, I only had bad luck in 1 race.
Yeah, what happened?
What happened? The jockey forgot his smudge pot, and my horse was frozen at the post.
No, Mary, why do you make those things up?
Good practice in case I ever get on a comedy program.
Yeah. Something funny about this? Well, that's my ambition, too. My ambition, yeah.
Hiya, fellers. Hello, Jack.
Hello, Fred. I mean, Kenny.
Oh, Jack, why don't you get Allen off your mind?
He's not on my mind, just because I happen to say Fred. There are a lot of Freds. There's Fred McMurray, Fred Astaire, Fred Stone. There are millions of Freds, aren't they, Kenny?
Yeah, but Allen's the funniest.
Is that so? Huh?
Say, who was that J.B. he was kidding about last Wednesday night?
J.B., probably George Burns. He spells by ear. Anyway, I don't want to talk about him. Let's forget F.A. That's short for fake, and that's what he is. Ha! Let him top that one.
Don't worry, he will.
Oh, yeah? Well, let's forget it. What's that paper you got there, Kenny?
I don't know. I found it at the racetrack.
Let's see it. Oh, it's a dope sheet.
A what?
A sheet dope.
Oh, you can say it either way.
You have a good time at the track, Kenny?
I'll say. They got better hot dogs there than at Ocean Park.
Oh, so you just go there to eat, huh?
You said it. I saw him with a hot dog so big I put $2 on it to show.
That's awful.
I just put mustard on it.
Oh, you did, huh? Come in.
Special delivery from Mary Livingston.
There she is.
The way he's laughing, it must be from my mother.
Hey, that's good. We could stand a few laughs. Well, you can go, boy.
What?
I say you can go. What are you standing there grinning at me for?
So you're the guy that can't play the V.
Get out of here. Wise guy. If I didn't have this cold, I'd go right after him. Between Allen and horses and coals and play, Phil. Give me an aspirin, Mary. Now, it's St. Louis Blues, played by Phil Harris and his orchestra. And by the way, Phil, I want to tell you what a nice time I had at your house last Sunday night and how much I enjoyed meeting your mother and your sister, Lucy Belle. Say, she's a knockout.
Well, she thinks a lot of you, too, Jack.
Does she really?
She certainly does. She's been talking about you all week long.
Gee, no kidding, Phil.
Yes, sir. As far as she's concerned, you're the tops.
Gosh. Well, I've been... Come in?
That's your pulse.
Oh. Well, it's good to know I'm alive, you know.
Yeah.
And that reminds me, Kenny, you embarrassed me terribly at Phil's party. Always hungry.
Well, they didn't serve anything.
Well, that's no excuse. And another thing, you can't eat goldfish.
You can't, eh?
No.
Wait till they look in the bowl.
Kenny. Say, Phil, is Lucy Belle coming up to the broadcast tonight?
You knew she was.
No, I didn't, really.
Yeah? What have you got that new suit on for?
This isn't a new suit.
Then take off the tag.
You got to laugh tonight, didn't it? I bet I could think of an answer if I didn't have this cold. Why, Mary, what are you laughing at?
This letter from Mama is a riot.
Yeah, well, if it's that good, let's hear it. Gee, your mother's letters are always funny. Go ahead, read it.
All right. Plainfield, NJ, Jan 29, TH-37.
What is that, a code?
No, I'm all right.
Oh. Go ahead.
Dear daughter Mary, received your letter, and I was sure glad to hear from you. We have been having very unusual weather in Plainfield, too.
Must be pretty cold there.
Your brother Hillard had a touch of the flu, but he is now up and around. This morning he got up and chased his nurse around the room.
I wonder who won there.
Your sister Rita's having trouble with her eyes again and keeps running into things all the time. So I guess we'll either have to get her new glasses or bumpers.
Now, that's silly.
Tell Jack I know it, but I gotta laugh.
A fine letter. Go on, huh?
Last night there was a lot of excitement at the Palace Theater. We went to see Camille. In the middle of the picture, Camille took sick and died, so we got our money back.
Oh.
It sure happened quick. She was in perfect health when we sat down.
Well, that's life for you, you know.
No more news at present, except your father is very busy making out his income tax. He cheats at solitaire, too.
Nice about your father.
Tell Jack we are all quite interested in his fight with Fred Allen. And speaking of the bee, will you please send me a check for $25? Love from us all, your Mater.
Mater? She's getting quite high class there.
Oh, here's a P.S.
Oh.
Please ask Kenny to sing Sweetheart, Let's Grow Old Together. And wish him the best of luck, as I know I'm tough to follow.
Well, that's mighty sweet of the Mater. Think you can follow her, Kenny?
Oh, sure. What's the matter, Jack?
Well, mater is a Latin word meaning an ancestor on the maternal side. Do you get it?
Yeah.
What are you laughing at, Kenny? That's not a joke.
I don't care. I'm not fussy.
Go ahead and sing. Gee, I wish Lucy Belle would get here. That was Sweetheart, Let's Grow Old Together, sung by young Kenny Baker. And say, Phil, did Lucy Belle get here yet?
Not yet, Jack, but she ought to be here any minute.
I wish she'd hurry up. You said she mentioned my name, didn't you?
Yeah, she did.
What'd she say?
Well, she said if you'd have sent her flowers, they'd have been much nicer than the ones she got from Kenny.
Oh, yeah? You keep out of this, Kenny.
I didn't say anything.
Well, anyway, when Lucy Belle gets here, I want everybody to behave themselves, especially Kenny and Mary and Don.
I'll be all right.
Yeah, I bet that's her now. Gee, do I look all right, Mary?
Not to me.
Come in.
Mr. Benny,
Yes?
I want to take this opportunity of wishing you and your company...
I wish somebody had set a trap for him.
Oh, Jack, look who's coming in the studio.
Well.
Here comes Lucy Belle now.
well. Hello, Lucy Belle.
Hello. Oh, I'm just tickled pink to see you again, Mr. Benny.
Oh, Lucy Belle, why don't you call me Jack? After all, I'm your brother's friend, and yours, too, I trust.
You mean that?
Yeah.
You're not acting, are you? Only like a fool.
Mary.
Oh, and there's Mr. Baker. Thanks for those poinsettias you sent me, Mr. Baker.
Shucks, I ordered flowers.
Now, Kenny, what do you think poinsettias are? A couple of dogs?
Yeah, with spots on them.
That's right. Tell me, Lucy Belle, you've been in town a week now. What have you been doing with yourself?
Well, I met a nice young man who lives next door, and he took me up to Hollywood Bowl the other night.
The Hollywood Bowl? Why, there are no concerts there this time of year.
We didn't mind.
I mean, have you done anything interesting?
Oh, that was very...
I mean, have you seen any of the sights around town?
Don't raise your voice to me, sir.
Oh, sorry, Lucy Belle.
Now, listen, Jack. Either respect my sister or take up my option.
Oh, there's my brother. Hello, Filthy Lamb.
Filthy Lamb.
What are you laughing at, Stinky Pie?
That's your fault, Mary, for telling him my nickname.
Wait till I tell him your real name.
Why?
You know, you sure have a big crowd in this studio. Is that the audience?
No, that's Don Wilson. The audience is over here. Well, Lucy Belle, if you'll wait around till the program is over, we can go out somewhere and have a sandwich, you and I, or a dance or two.
Oh, I'm sorry, Jack. But the boy next door was waiting downstairs to take me for a drive.
Well, some other time then, huh?
Oh, yes. Well, bye, everybody.
Bye, Lucy Belle.
Come again.
Bye, Jack.
Goodbye, Lucy Belle. Have a nice time.
We will.
The boy next door. Say, Phil, who lives next door to you anyway?
Well, Robert Taylor lives on one side and Jackie Cooper on the other.
Oh, Jackie Cooper. Well, he's just a kid. I don't have to worry about him.
Robert Taylor don't have to worry about you.
Yeah? Play, Phil. What kind of a Jackie? And now, folks, tonight, I would like to settle once and for all an argument that has been the talk of the musical world. It seems that...
Say, Jack.
Yeah?
What about that special 4th of July sketch you announced last Sunday?
Well, Don, I'm not in a 4th of July mood tonight, but there will be some fireworks. I've got something very important on my mind that I'd like to discuss with Phil Harris, so if the rest of you fellas want to go home, it's all right with me.
Okay, as long as you don't need us. So long, Jack.
So long. You can go too, Mary.
All right. Come on, Kenny. Let him try to get last now.
Yeah, I'm not in the mood for laughs.
So long, Jack.
Goodbye. There are other things in life besides comedy.
What's on your mind, Jack?
Come here a minute, Phil. Phil, how many men have you got in your orchestra?
15.
15, huh? Well, next Sunday, I'd like to have you add about 30 more. A real symphonic organization.
But what's the idea, Jack?
Well, Phil, there's one argument I didn't start that I'm going to finish next week. I'm going to play Schubert's immortal classic, The Bee. Thank you, music lovers.
But, Jack, do you think you can do it?
Oh, Phil, here's the music. You can see for yourself. It's a simple composition.
I don't know. There's a lot of notes there.
Well, those aren't all notes. Anyway, should have screen doors here. Anyway, you can go now, Phil. I just wanted to get everything set.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, Phil, I'm kind of tired anyway, really. I don't feel like working much more tonight, and I haven't been feeling any too good. I think I'll lie down here for a minute or two, yeah?
That's a good idea, Jack. That cold has got you down.
Yeah. So long, Phil.
So long.
See, this couch feels pretty good right now. I don't know how I ever got through today. Excuse me, folks. I haven't been so sleepy since last Wednesday night between the hours of 9 and 10. Oh, boy. Folks, life's a funny thing. I don't know, it's the little things that upset you. You take a fella like Alan who, yes, sir, life sure is funny. Yep. I'll have a big symphony orchestra. I'll show that guy up. Bee, nothing but bee. The busy bee. To be or not to be. J.B., F.A., Fe. Who's that? Who's that laughing?
Well, as I live and breathe and stuff a towel in my mouth so I won't laugh at his jokes, if it isn't Jack Benny.
Fred Allen. Allen, what are you doing here?
So you're going to play the bee, ha.
Yes, I am. And when I get through with the bee, it'll be number 1 on the hit parade.
Hit parade? Why, you couldn't even get into the parade of the wooden soldiers, and you got a head start.
Oh, no? Now, listen to me, Alan. Last Wednesday night, you brought 3 kids up to your program, known as the 3 Smart Girls, didn't you?
Yes.
And what did you ask them?
I asked them why they call themselves the 3 Smart Girls.
Yes, and what did they say?
We said we never listened to Jack Benny.
Now, listen, Alan. Listen to me. You've dragged my name through musical mud long enough.
Well, what are you going to do about it?
See this gun? If you've ever prayed, pray now.
Oh, what's the use? You'll play the fiddle anyway.
Oh, yeah? Well, that's the last quip you'll ever make. Take this.
Wait a minute. Don't shoot.
I thought you were a coward, you spineless yellow jellyfish.
Yellow? Why, you're yellower than a canary bird with a jaundice.
That's the last straw. Now, before I bump you off, Alan, I just want you to remind you of a few things. You said I couldn't play the bee at the age of 10, didn't you? You brought the postmaster from Waukegan up to testify against me, didn't you? You brought the photographer. You brought my violin teacher. You brought our family pawnbroker. Why, for $2 more you could have gotten my father. You accused me of picking up old cigar butts. You said I'd never live to be 104 and a half. You made me the laughing stock of the nation. And Europe by short wave. You laughed. You lied. You ridiculed. You slandered. And you called me a squirt.
Well, the squirt is turned. You reach the end of your rope, Alan. Take that, and that, and that.
Jack, what's the matter with you?
Wake up, Jack. What's wrong?
Oh, nothing, fellas. Nothing. I just had a dream. And, gee, it was swell. Play, Phil. Be with you again next Sunday night at the same time.
Oh, Jack.
Yes, Don?
A telegram just came in. Do you mind if I read it?
No. Who's it from, Don?
Well, it's from Alton Cook, radio editor of the New York World Telegram.
Oh.
It says, congratulations to Jack Benny on the new honors he has won in the World Telegram Radio Editors Poll. Stop. For the 4th consecutive year, he has been voted America's favorite comedian by the radio editors of the United States and Canada. Stop. The Jell-O program was picked as the all-around favorite show for the 3rd successive year, and Don Wilson was voted the best studio announcer. Stop.
Well done.
Congratulations also to Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, and Kenny Baker, who have maintained their same high standard. Signed, Alton Cook.
Well, thanks, Alton, and all of you fellow radio scribes for this great honor. I also want to thank my listeners, my cast, and my authors. Hey, wasn't that swell, Mary? Come on, let's go.
All right, my dream man.
Good night, folks.
The Jell-O program, starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston and Phil Harris and his orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, after a week in the desert, we bring you that sun-baked comedian with the warmed-over jokes, Jack Benny.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Benny, that little ray of sunshine, just back from a week at Palm Springs and feeling twice as healthy as ever before. And anything but anemic.
Well, that's fine, Jack. That's fine. Did you get down there to get rid of your cold?
Yes, Don, my cold and Fred Allen. The cold doesn't bother me anymore.
Well, tell me, Jack, have you had any more dreams about Allen since last Sunday?
Yes, I have, and it certainly makes a lie out of that old saying that you meet a better class of people in your dreams. Anyway, tonight I'm going to put that town hall ghost in his place once and for all.
What are you going to do, Jack?
Well, you know, Don, this is my big triumph. Tonight I'm going to play the B on my violin and redeem myself in the eyes of my listeners. And believe me, I'm going to town.
Well, good luck to you, Jack.
Yes, sir.
Hi, Don.
How are you, Mary?
Hello, Heifetz.
Hello. Now, wait a minute, Mary. Even though I do appreciate the compliment, I think it's hardly fair to compare me with Heifetz. I don't think Heifetz would approve of that.
Don't worry, he'll get the gag.
Well, I hope so.
Say, Jack, did you hear that 10-year-old boy play the B last Wednesday night?
Yes, Mary, I did.
Wasn't he swell?
Well, yes, for a kid 10 years old. Of course, I thought his crescendos were rather abrupt, and it seemed to me that his allegrettos lacked pace. You know what I mean, Mary?
Yes, you're jealous.
Yeah? Well, I'm not jealous. I can play the B with one hand and Love and Bloom with the other. Yeah.
Gee, if you can hold a stick between your toes, you can direct yourself.
Yeah. Some nifty retort reminds me of another joke. Huh? Yes, sir. Doesn't it? Kenny, it's your cue.
Oh, say, Jack.
Yeah? Oh, hello, Kenny. Hello.
Have you got a minute?
Sure. What's on your mind?
Well, I'm kind of worried about something. Look, Jack, garage rent is pretty expensive here in Hollywood, isn't it?
Garages? Yeah, they run about $15 or $20 a month.
Boy, that's a lot. Then there's automobile insurance, isn't there?
Yes, that runs you about $100 a year. Why?
Gosh, and on top of that, gas and oil and tires. Gee, that's bad.
Well, Kenny, why all this worry about garages, insurance, and everything?
I just bought a raffle ticket on an automobile.
Well, don't worry, Kenny. You haven't got a chance in a million of winning.
Oh, boy, that's a load off my mind. Say, Jack, are you going to play the B tonight?
Is he? He's he's going to play the bee with one hand, love and bloom with the other, and sneeze pennies from heaven.
Thanks, Mary, but that's exaggerating.
Say, Jack, you a little nervous tonight? You know, shaky or anything?
Well, naturally, Phil. It's a big night for me. And say, Phil, did you augment your orchestra like I asked you to? You know, make it symphonic?
Yes, I did, Jack. I added a couple of oboes, a zither, and a musical saw.
Well, that's a different sort of a thing anyway. Couldn't you get an organ grinder?
Well, I tried, but his monkey was on a sit-down strike.
Say, Phil, your orchestra does look pretty snappy tonight, all dressed up for the occasion. Did they get new tuxedos?
Oh, no. They just had their lapels shined.
Oh, their lapels shined. Well, that is quite a glare there.
Wait till they stand up and turn around.
Maybe.
By the way, Jack, who's going to pay these extra musicians? You know, the ones I hired tonight.
I don't know, Phil. Take it up with the sponsor.
I did, and he washed his hands with the whole thing.
Sanitary fellow, isn't he?
Yeah.
Well, don't worry about it, Phil. We'll straighten it out. You know me. Come in.
Mr. Benny?
Oh, you, yes?
I want to take this opportunity of wishing you and your violin a very, very successful performance.
Well, thank you. That's much better. And who might you be?
I might be a music lover, but I'm not. Goodbye.
These pests. Doesn't NBC know you can buy a lock for $1? Play, Phil. That was Swing High, Swing Low from the picture of the same name, played by Phil Harris and his augmented orchestra. Say, Phil, I didn't hear that fellow with the saw. Why didn't he play?
Well, he's a union carpenter. He can't work on Sunday.
Oh, I see. By the way, Phil, aren't your mother and sister Lucy Belle coming up to hear me play tonight?
I don't know. Why?
Well, it would be a kind of an inspiration to have Lucy Belle here. Come here a minute, Phil. I'm going in the other room and call her up.
Well, go ahead.
Keep the gang occupied while I slip away. After all, it's none of their business. Remember, keep it a secret. Huh?
Okay, Jack.
It's delightful, it's delightful.
Where you going, Jack?
None of your business. It's a secret.
Say, Don.
Yes, Mary.
Let's open his door and listen in on Jack.
Oh, he might not like it, you know.
What's the difference? Come on, fellas.
Okay. Oh, boy, secrets.
Yes, I do, Lucy Belle. I do, too. Oh, you're just saying that because I'm Phil's boss. Are you coming up to broadcast tonight? I'm going to play the bee, you know. Oh, come on and hear the great big man play the fiddlesy-whittlesy. Oh, please, pretty please. Ain't he the chic?
Kenny.
You will? That's swell. Gosh, I can hardly wait till you get here. Goodbye, Toots. It's delightful, it's lovely. Well, Don, let's get back to the grind.
How'd you make out, Jack?
Well, it so happens, young lady, I was phoning my tailor.
Oh, yeah? Since when you been calling him Toots?
Well, that's his name, Toots Ginsburg.
Fiddlesy-whittlesy.
Now, listen here, listen.
Oh, baby, talk to your tailor, huh?
Well, he's a young fella.
Why didn't you order a suitsy-wootsy?
You're all so funny, you guys.
Why don't you fellas leave Jack alone?
Yeah.
I know how he feels. For I, too, have love.
What, Kenny?
Oh, cut it out, fellas. Fine bunch of pals I got around here.
Oh, the great big man can't take it.
Cut it out now. And with Alan listening in, too. Come in. Hello, Andy.
Hiya, Jack.
Well, Andy, I didn't expect you here tonight. Much.
Well, I came over to hear you play the bee. You know, my mother thinks you're a wonderful violinist.
Well, thanks, Andy. That's fine.
Of course, she thinks I'm a good singer, too.
Kind of sorry you spoiled the compliment.
Hello, Andy.
Hello, Daisy. I was going to call you Saturday night, but one of my hogs took sick.
Well, I guess your family comes first.
Now, Mary, you shouldn't say that to Andy.
Why not? I haven't had a laugh for 2 pages.
Oh.
Say, Buck, when are we going to play cowboy again and look for Cactus Face?
Well, we got a new villain now, Andy, although his name isn't Cactus Face.
Oh, you mean Rattlesnake, Alan?
That's the bombing. And any day now, we may have to hit the trail for New York.
Did you hear him last Wednesday when he said you were anemic?
Yes, I did, Andy.
You know, his voice gets on my nerves.
Well, I wouldn't bring that up if I were you. But he should talk about me being anemic. Get this, Andy. Come here, everybody. Listen, that Alan is so anemic that when he eats a blood orange, his veins jump up and down with glee. That a good one?
That's good.
Yeah.
Come here. Jack, do you want another one you can pull on him?
Yes, and if he gets fresh again, I'll do it next Sunday. What's the gag, Andy?
Well, you say that Alan is so pale
Yeah.
that when he sleeps between two sheets, the bed looks empty.
I'll never be able to say that without laughing, you know?
Say, Jack, I got one.
What is it, Bill?
Fred Allen is so anemic that he has to stick out his tongue to get color in his face.
Oh, that's a piece. I hope he's listening in.
Yeah, I'll bet he's so embarrassed he's yawning.
Well, that's just to put up a front. Now,
Hey, Jack, I got one for you.
you have, Teddy? Let's hear it.
Oh, boy, this is a honey.
Well, go ahead, Kelly. What is it?
Fred Allen is so anemic
Yeah.
that if you gave him a transfusion with whitewash, he'd still look better than Jack Benny.
Oh, yeah? What's funny about that?
I don't know. Sing, Kenny.
You better. By the way, your option looks a little anemic, too.
Well, then it matches my salary.
Come on, Mary. That kid is getting too smart.
And don't let him listen to Alan.
Playboy. That was sung by Kenny Baker, pride of the Jell-O program, when he sings.
Ain't it the truth?
Yeah.
Well, Jack, a telegram came in for you while Kenny was singing.
Take it, Mary. I'll read it later.
My girl, Lena. She came up to wish you good luck.
Well, that's mighty sweet. He hasn't been up here in a long time, huh?
Go ahead, Lena. Congratulations, Jack.
Well, thanks, Lena. I know that comes from your heart. Although most of it didn't get here.
It must have stopped at her Adam's apple for a visit.
Here, quiet, Mary. That's Kenny's fiancée, isn't she, Kenny?
Yeah.
What's fiancé? French for dope.
Now, Lena, if you want to hear me play, you sit right down there alongside of Andy.
All right.
Oh, shut up.
Oh, boy, a caveman.
Here come my folks now, Jack.
Hello, Mrs. Harris. How are you, Lucy Belle? I'm sure glad you got here, Mrs. Harris.
Well, son, I wouldn't miss your concert for anything.
Well, are you glad to be here, Lucy Belle?
Oh, sure. I'm just tickled pink.
So would Jack be if he wasn't anemic.
Mary.
She's quite right, and I think Miss Allen showed mighty poor taste to mention it.
But, Mrs. Harris, I'm not anemic.
Now, that's
just-
nothing to be ashamed of, son.
Oh, well,
You
I'm-
just haven't been eating the right thing.
Oh.
Mother, he looks all right to me.
That's just your heart talking, Lucy Belle. You know he looks awful.
But, Mrs. Harris,
Now,
I'm
I
not...
brought you something that'll
Look,
fix you right up. Cod liver oil.
Well, I don't like cod liver oil.
You better take it, son. Now, come on, open your mouth.
I won't.
Throw in a herring and he'll snap at it.
No, I like gefilte. Well, all right, Mrs. Harris, I'll take it, but I don't need it. It's just to please you.
All right. Open your mouth.
Oh, that Alan. Ooh. Ah. Ooh. Ooh.
Now, that wasn't bad, was it, son?
No. Ugh. Ugh. there. Kenny, what are you screwing up your face for?
Boy, have I got an imagination.
Fine thing. Now when I play my violin solo, I'll be making faces back at the audience. Mary, what are you laughing at?
I just read that wire that came for you.
Yeah, well, if it's so funny, let's hear it.
It says, Jack Benny, NBC Studio, Hollywood. Best wishes on your solo tonight. Stop.
Well, go ahead. What is it?
Heard you played the violin in your new picture, College Holidays. You should be in the good earth.
Very funny. Who's that from?
It's signed Chingling Allen.
I thought so. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as our feature attraction this evening, I'm going to play the Bees. And as I said before, vindicate myself in the eyes of the public. Now, before going to my number, I want to say that I do not entertain any hard feelings toward that certain New England boiled comedian. In fact, I could almost forgive him for keeping that 10-year-old boy up till all hours of the night in an attempt to belittle a man whom he once called friend. I did not come here to praise Alan or to bury him. But what I am going to do tonight, I am doing in the name of justice. Thank you.
Jack, a couple more telegrams just came in.
Thanks, Don. Take them, Mary. This is certainly a busy night. Oh, Kenny, you better arrange a few more chairs. People are still coming in.
Okay.
Oh, Jack, here's a wire from the mayor of Waukegan.
The mayor, eh? Not Bitey Talcott. Well, I knew my hometown would come through. Good old Bitey. I used to go to school with him.
Why doesn't he ever come out here to see you?
He will as soon as he graduates.
Don't mind her, Bitey. What does he say in the wire, Mary?
He says that, Dear Jack, all Waukegan is proud of you tonight. Stop. Right after your broadcast, we are going to hang a picture, or you, in the city hall.
Let me see that. That says hang a picture of me, not or me.
Oh, you're always so fussy.
Well, then read things right. Say, Phil, what time is it?
It's about 8:55, Jack.
Well, we better get going then with my violin. So are the boys all ready?
Sure are. Wake up, man.
And now, folks. Hey, what's that?
The mayor just graduated.
Oh, yeah, he's pretty smart and my friend. Come on, Phil, get the boys tuned up.
Right, Jack.
Come on.
Popcorn, peanut, dance package, Jack. Get them while they're hot. Programs. You can't tell one note from another without programs.
Earmuffs. Get your earmuffs here. You can't enjoy the show without earmuffs.
I wanted this to be high class. Hey, Kenny, get my violin before someone starts selling balloons.
What?
I said, get my violin.
Where's the ticket?
I got it out this morning. There's the ticket. My violin is in the case behind the piano.
Okay.
Now, hurry up, will you? Well, introduce me, Don.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Jack Benny will now play that much talked of composition, Schubert's immortal classic, The Bee.
Thank you. Kenny, hurry.
Oh, Jack!
What's the matter, Kenny?
Your violin is gone.
Gone?
Oh.
Why, it can't be. I left it in the case right behind the piano.
Well, here's the case, and it's empty.
Quiet, everybody. Quiet. I'll handle this. Lock that door and close those windows. Now, nobody leave this room. All right, come clean. Somebody in this room stole my violin. Somebody hired, most likely, by Fred Allen. I can have the police here inside of 3 minutes. Now, come on. Who took that violin? Quiet. Now, this is your last chance to confess. Who stole it? Come on.
I know who took your violin, Mr. Benny.
All right, stranger. Who took it?
Your violin was...
Yes?
Your violin was taken by...
This will be continued next Sunday night. Who took Jack's violin? Was it the mysterious stranger? Was it Fred Allen? Was it the credit company? Tune in next Sunday night and find out. Play, boy.
We will be with you again next Sunday night when you will positively hear the bee, even if I have to hum it.
Oh, Jack, another telegram just came in.
Yeah, read it.
It says, forget the violin. I'll give up if you will.
Who's it from?
Cactus Face Elmer.
I'll get him, too. Good night, folks.
The Jell-O program, starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston and Phil Harris and his orchestra. Ladies and gentlemen, on this same Valentine's Day many years ago in the little town of Waukegan, Illinois, there was cause for great rejoicing, for on that day in a certain household, a little bundle of joy made his entrance into the world. So now we bring you Happy Birthday to you. Happy Birthday to you. Happy Birthday, Jack Benny. Happy Birthday to you.
what an original greeting. How'd you fellas ever think of those words?
Come on, Jack. How about a speech? What do you think about a speech?
Well, this is rather embarrassing. I would like to say something, but I'm kind of all choked up. So I'll just say thanks a million thanks to you.
That's original, too.
Never mind the speech, Jack. We just want to wish you many happy returns of the day and hope that we'll all be with you on your next birthday.
Well, thanks, Phil.
I feel the same way. And to prove it, Jack, I'm going to give you a great big kiss.
So am I.
You stay out of this, Kenny. All right, come on, Mary. I'll give me the kiss. Mary, how was that?
Not bad.
Pretty good, huh?
No, just not bad.
Well, after all, Mary, we're in front of an audience.
Say, Jack, I was going to bring you a cake, but I didn't know how many candles to put on it.
Oh, yes, and by the way, Jack, how old are you?
Well, I'm in the neighborhood of 35.
I thought you moved from there.
Yes, but not far. On a clear day, I can still see 35.
Well, birthdays do come along fast, don't they, Jack?
Yes, sir. Here today and the Townsend plan tomorrow. Ah, that's life. Come in.
Mr. Benny?
Oh, you again. What is it this time?
May this, your birthday, bring you boundless joy, supreme happiness, and the realization of your fondest dreams.
Well, thanks. Now, please tell me, who are you?
Western Union greeting number 87. Goodbye.
How do you like that? That guy could be sent any place in the United States for a quarter, and he has to come here.
Oh, Jack, to forget the ribbing for a moment, the gang and I got together to buy you a birthday gift, and, well,
Yes?
Oh, you tell it, Mary.
Well, Jack, we got together and we didn't know what to buy you.
Oh, you didn't have to bother with anything.
So we all chipped in and went to see your picture, College Holiday.
Well, that's what I call a real tribute. But you might have invited me to the picture.
Oh, you wouldn't have liked it.
Well, Kenny, I can make allowances for the rest of the game, but I certainly thought that you'd come through with a present.
I did, Jack. But I thought I'd wait until everybody went home before giving it to you.
Oh, what is it, Kenny?
Well, I feel kind of silly.
Oh, come on now. What is it?
I baked you a cake.
Well, thanks, Kenny. It's nothing to be ashamed of.
Wait till you eat it.
Here you are, Jack.
Oh, it's lovely, and such nice icing on it. Where are the candles?
Inside the cake.
Well, that's a surprise. I hope the wax doesn't get caught in my teeth.
I was going to bring you one, too, Jack, but I don't know how to bake a cake.
Oh, that's all right, Mary.
So I baked a potato. Here.
Oh, a real Idaho. Well.
And now, Jack, if everybody will be quiet for a minute, I've got something that I want to read to you.
If it's a poem, I'll die.
Well, topple over. Here it comes.
All right, go ahead.
Oh, Jack Benny, this is sure your lucky day. Though everybody brings you presents, I would rather shout, hey, hey.
Well, that's inexpensive.
With the wrinkles on your forehead and your silver streaked with hair.
Silver streaked with hair.
Well, it won't rhyme the other way.
Oh.
If you'd been twins when you were born, gee, you'd make a lovely pair. Oh, Jack Benny, oh. There's more.
Well, the audience knows what they're doing. Oh, Phil, you better go into your number before Mary overrules the audience.
Okay.
Come in.
Postal telegram for Jack Benny.
Well, we got both companies in nicely. Right here, Bud.
Happy birthday, Mr. Benny.
Thank you. Well, get this. Dear Mr. Benny, stop. Very sincere congratulations on your birthday. Stop. You certainly fooled us again.
Who's it from, Jack?
The Metropolitan Life Insurance Company. Play, Phil. I'll fool them plenty many more years. That was Riding High, played by Phil Harris and his orchestra. And, Phil, I want to tell you those boys of yours are in great shape today.
Well, Jack, they know it's your birthday.
Oh.
In fact, they've asked me if it's all right, they'd like to pay you a little tribute.
Why, certainly, Phil. I think it's awfully nice of them. After all, they're part of our little company.
Okay. Give it to him, boys. Happy birthday to Jack Benny. Greetings, Jack, from us to you.
Well,
If you're going to give a party, don't be cheap. Invite us, too.
that's cute. Well, thanks, boys, for that lovely sentiment and hint.
Say, Jack,
Yeah?
what about the bee? Are you going to play it tonight?
Well, Phil, I wanted to, but you know my violin was stolen last week. Oh, Mary, did you put that ad in the paper like I told you to?
Yes, here's a copy of it.
Oh.
Lost, strayed, or stolen, Jack Benny's violin. Answers to the name of Stratty and limps on one string.
What?
White spot on tail, owner heartbroken.
Mary, is that an ad for my violin?
Yes, and my uncle's dog.
It's a fine thing. By the time I get the violin back, it'll have fleas.
What's the difference? You'd scratch it anyway.
Everybody's a critic here.
Who do you think could have taken it, Jack?
Oh, I don't know, Don. I don't know. Gee, it couldn't have been Heifetz. He has a violin.
You didn't hide it yourself, did you, Jack?
Don't be so ridiculous.
Oh, I was only asking.
Well, don't ask such smart questions.
Yeah.
I wish I could help you out, Jack, but there are no violins in my orchestra.
Well, I'm sorry, too, Phil, because I'm really in rare form tonight, and I know I could do justice to the bee. I know. Come in.
Here comes Andy now.
Well, Andy, glad to see you.
Just thought I'd drop up, Jack, and wish you a happy birthday.
Well, thanks, Andy.
And I brought you a little present. Here it is, a combination necktie and suspenders.
That's quite a novelty. Necktie and suspenders. How does it work?
Well, you put it on like an ordinary tie, and you see this hole in the bottom?
Yeah.
Well, just fasten that onto your trousers.
Well, won't that choke me?
Yes, but your pants won't fall down.
I know that, Andy, but it'll still choke me.
Well, what would you rather do, breathe or blush?
I'd rather breathe.
Then I'll blush. So long, Jack.
Say, Jack, do you know a good lawyer?
A lawyer? Why?
Did you hear what Fred Allen said about me Wednesday night?
Oh, don't worry about that, Andy. He's been talking about me for weeks.
Yeah, and I thought he was pretty funny until Wednesday.
Well, Andy, don't take it to heart. Look what he said about me. He said I was so anemic that if I walked by a pack of bloodhounds, they wouldn't even look up.
I like that one.
Oh, you did, huh?
Yeah, believe me, those hounds would look up if Allen walked by.
They would?
Sure, he looks like a dog biscuit.
Nice work, Andy. Nice work. Say, Andy, come on out in the hall with me. I got a couple of gags about Allen that are real stingers.
Yeah?
Sure. Kenny, are you ready for your song?
Why can't I sing out in the hall?
You stay right here and sing. Come on, Andy. Come in.
Special delivery for Jack Benny.
Take it, Mary.
Okay.
You coming, Jack?
Be right with you, Andy.
Oh, Jack, look. It's a comic Valentine. It's from Fred Allen.
Oh, yeah?
And it's got a cartoon of you playing a fiddle.
Well, let's hear what Cupid's got to say.
Roses are red, violinists are blue. All over the country on account of you.
That's very funny. Come on out in the hall, Andy. Now I'll really tell you something. That Allen is so anemic that if he ever walked into How was that, Andy?
That was a peach. Say, that's funnier than anything he ever said.
Yeah, that was Kenny Baker singing, Carry Me Back to the Lone Prairie.
Oh, Jack.
Yeah?
A telegram came in for you while Kenny was singing.
Give it to me. Oh, it's from my father. Good old Dad. I knew he wouldn't forget my birthday.
What does it say, Jack?
Says, Dear son, received your old suit with the patch pockets and pants. Please send buttons, Dad.
Some sentiment.
Well, that's our code, meaning happy birthday. Buttons he wants yet. Come in.
Mr. Benny?
Yes?
I want to take this opportunity.
Hey, wait a minute. Look, fellas, look who's here. The old maestro, Ben Burns.
Yowza, yowza.
Well, Ben, I'm sure glad to see you. What brings you up here?
Well, I heard it was your birthday, Jack, so I thought I'd come up and rub it in.
Well, I can depend on that.
Yowza. And, Jack, I brought you a little present. Here you are. A box of cigars, and I hope you'll like them.
Well, and my favorite brand. Thanks, Ben.
You're welcome, my lad.
Hey, this box is half empty. What's the idea?
It's my favorite brand, too.
Yowza.
Say, Mary, see that guy's funny. Who is he?
I don't know, some orchestra leader.
Mary. Ben, you know Mary, don't you?
Oh, sure. Hello, Mary. How are you?
Fine, Ben. How are you and all the cads?
That's lads, not cads.
Don't tell me about those guys.
We put that over. Don't mind her, Ben. She's only kidding. Hey, Kenny, this is Ben Burney, the famous orchestra leader.
Well, hello, Kenny.
Do you need a good tenor?
Kenny.
Gee, I want to get ahead, too.
Well, come over and see me, Kenny. After all, money isn't everything.
Yeah.
That's fine. That's fine loyalty, Kenny.
Let him go, Jack. I'm available.
Yeah, Ben, working it up there. Some other time, Andy. Say, Ben, I want you to meet our maestro, to coin an expression. This is Phil Harris, the orchestra leader.
With what band?
Pardon me, I didn't get your name.
I'm Ben Burney, the old maestro.
Well, I'm Phil Harris, the young maestro.
I can see you two fellas are going to hit it off all right. Phil, Ben and I are supposed to look quite a bit alike.
Yes, there is a resemblance.
Yeah, between the two of you, you got a nice head of hair.
Well, nobody asked you.
Hey, Jack, what am I around here, an orphan?
Oh, little orphan Andy. I'm sorry, Andy. Ben, I want you to meet Andy Devine. You've probably heard his voice on our program the last few weeks.
Well, doggone it, I thought that was static.
Static?
I was right.
Ben, you and Winchell are making a picture out of 20th Century Fox, aren't you?
Yeah, it's called Wake Up and Live.
Wake Up and Live. Must be dedicated to Fred Allen. Say, there's a very good friend of mine in that picture, Jack Haley.
Who?
Haley, Jack Haley.
Haley? I can't seem to place him.
Well, you probably didn't meet him. He plays the lead.
Now, wait a minute, Jack. I saw you in your last picture, College Holiday.
So what?
You didn't even meet the director.
Is that so? I was in a lot of scenes in that picture.
Yeah, right behind Burns and Allen.
Well.
Gee, if they turn the film around, Jack will be right up in front.
Kenny, you're a genius.
Yeah.
Well, stick around, Ben. Stick around. Phil's going to play something. You might as well hear some good music.
All right, Jack. It'll seem just like Tuesday night.
How about it? Come on, Phil. Show him what you can do.
Oh, no. I'm not going to do any of my tricks with Bernie standing here.
Don't worry, Phil. I'll stand right in front of him. Play, boy. Goo, played by the orchestra and directed by Maestro Harris. How'd you like it, Maestro Bernie?
I thought it was great, Maestro.
Well, thanks for calling me Maestro, Ben. Alan doesn't even think I'm a musician.
Say, Ben, did you hear what Alan said about me Wednesday night?
You? Look what he said about me 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, and he keeps saying that I'm anemic.
He does, eh? Why, that guy Alan is so anemic that if you hit him in the face, he'd have to owe you a nosebleed.
That's good. You didn't muff it tonight. That's good. Say, Ben.
Fine thing.
Ben, come here a minute. Come here. I want to talk to you a second.
Yeah?
Just man to man.
What's on your
mind?
mind?
He's supposed to be funny. But I can't see that fellow Alan, can you?
No, I can't.
I can't see him either.
Mary, what are you laughing at?
3 blind maestros.
Well, you earned that laugh.
Oh, Jack.
Yes, Kenny?
Wasn't that cavalcade he did of you and your ancestors a knockout?
Well, it didn't impress me that way. And incidentally, folks, tonight, as a special attraction, we have a little surprise for you. After much research, thought, and preparation, we are going to present the highlights in the life of Fred Allen. Curtain. Take it, boys. You have just heard the highlights in the life of Fred
Allen. Say, Jack, speaking of silence, when are you going to play the bee?
Well, Ben, I did want to play it tonight, but last week somebody stole my violin.
Yeah, I heard about that. And to show you what a pal I am, I brought my violin over, and you're welcome to use it.
Well, thanks, Ben, but to do justice to the number, I really should play it on my own violin. You see, mine is a Rembrandt.
Rembrandt? Well, Michelangelo whittled out mine.
Who was Stradivarius, a plumber?
Oh, that's the fella.
Say, Jack, my violin is outside my car, and I'll bring it right in.
Better bring Rubidoff in, too.
Quiet, Mary. Oh, don't bother, Ben.
No, I'll be right back.
Oh, he shouldn't run out without a hat at his age.
Well, Jack, it looks like we're in for a musical treat tonight.
Yes, Don, I guess so, yeah.
Well, go to it, old boy, and remember my band's right behind you.
Thanks, Phil. You remember those special instructions I gave you?
To play loud.
Yeah, no.
Good luck on the bee, Jack. And remember, it don't mean a thing if it ain't got that sting.
It'll be all right, Mary. It's my big moment, thanks to Ben butting in.
Say, I wonder what's keeping him anyway.
Oh, he'll be back soon. Don't worry about him.
You better run out and get him, Kenny.
But Kenny's got to sing.
I did sing.
Oh.
I'll get him, Jack.
Well, well, Don, you might as well give me that big build-up again. Go ahead, introduce me.
Right. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Jack Benny will now play Schubert's immortal classic, The Bee.
Oh, Jack!
What is it, Kenny?
Ben Burney has disappeared.
Disappeared?
Oh.
How do you know?
I just saw two men grab a hold of him and push him into their car.
Two men, eh?
Yeah, and one of them looked like your chauffeur.
Why, it couldn't have been.
That's a fine way to treat a guest.
Well, this thing has gone far enough. First my violin disappears, then Bernie. If one more thing happens, I'll call the police.
Oh, Jack, look.
What's that?
Someone threw a stone.
Gee, and you haven't even played yet.
Look, Jack, there's a note tied to it.
It might be a clue. Read it, Don. What does it say?
It says, "This will be continued next Sunday night. Who threw the stone? Who wrote the note? Who won the 5th race at Santa Anita?
Who knows where Bernie is?
Who cares, Playboys?"
We'll be with you again next Sunday night at the same time. I'd like to thank Ben Burney for coming up here tonight, and I hope he shows up on his own program next Tuesday.
Well, Jack, I understand that you and Mary are going to do Brewster's Millions on the air tomorrow night. Is that right?
Yes, Don, we're going to dabble in the drama a bit. Of course, it isn't exactly Hamlet, but it's a start. Huh, Mary?
All the world's a stage. To be or not to be, that is the
Quiet. Good night, folks.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we bring you Waukegan's gift to the amusement world, that star of screen, radio, and Brewster's Millions, Jack Benny.
Well, hello again. This is Jack Benny, the legitimate actor, talking. And thanks, Don, for bringing it up.
Well, Jack, I want to compliment you on your excellent performance in the title role of Brewster's Millions last Monday night. I was really surprised.
Surprise? Why, Don, you've seen me play legitimate parts in several pictures, haven't you?
Yes, but you were good Monday night.
Thanks very much.
Say, Jack.
Yes, Phil?
That part where you were throwing away money recklessly, that was rich. I got a kick out of that.
You mean when I was spending money fast and furious?
Yes, sir. You certainly are an actor.
Now, hey, wait a minute. I'm not cheap. And furthermore, playing a straight part like Brewster is really my racket. My meat.
Jack,
really is. That's my meat.
Can I go ahead now, Jack?
Yes,
all right.
Well,
did you happen to read the newspaper report on your Monday broadcast?
No, I didn't, especially that one from Buffalo.
I thought you'd be interested, so I brought a couple of them over.
Well, thanks, Don. Let me see them. Get this one. Warm weather to hold over the weekend.
Oh, it's on the other side.
But Mother thought he was atrocious.
Listen, Kenny, that wasn't any imitation. That was me.
Oh, you wouldn't spend all that money.
I wouldn't, eh? You're as bad as Phil. He thinks I'm tight, too.
Oh, I didn't mean that, Jack.
Oh, yeah? Then what did you mean?
All I meant was your wallet doesn't know the sit-down strike is over.
It's lucky you insulted my wallet, not me.
Well, say, Jack, we forgot all about Mary. I thought her performance in Brewster's Millions was excellent.
So did I.
Me too.
Well, she was great, but fellas, I'm sorry I let her do it.
Why?
Well, I can't do a thing with her since last Monday. No kidding. Whenever I talk to her, she gets very ultra and dramatic. In fact, she thinks she's another Katharine Hepburn.
Are there two of them?
Kenny. I tell you, fellas, I've never seen such a change in a girl.
Here she comes now.
Oh, well, remember, fellas, don't encourage her. Hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. Hello, Don. Oh, there you are, Kenneth.
Mary, you overlooked Phil.
Oh, Philip's dreadfully sorry.
Now, listen, Mary, snap out of it, will you? Where have you been?
In the library reading Way Down East by Shakespeare.
Yeah. Well, cut out that bunk. We're doing a program, and you're here to tell jokes. So act like you always do.
No, they'll only laugh at me.
Oh, they will. Well, that's too bad, isn't it, Miss Bernhardt?
Oh, you Americans.
There you are, fellas. What did I tell you? I've heard of people going highbrow over a period of years. But I want to tell you, Mary, this sudden departure from your normal self is the most amazing thing I've ever seen.
Yes, ain't it?
What's the use? We might just as well do a musical program tonight. Come on, Kenny, do your song.
No, they'll only laugh at me.
That was When My Dream Boat Comes Home, sung by Kenny Baker. And you see, Kenny, nobody laughed at you.
Yeah, they didn't laugh either.
Yeah. You see? You were a hit.
Oh, Jack, do you mind if I retire this program?
Mary, cut it out now, will you? Now get back to your normal self.
Oh, all right. Give me a hunk of gum, will you?
Here, and don't chew too loud.
Hey, Jack, what about the bee? Are you going to play it tonight or not?
Now, listen, Phil, get this straight. I'll play the bee just as soon as I find my violin. I've hired a private detective to look for it, and believe me, we're leaving no stone unturned.
Did you hide it under a stone?
But, Jack, if you do play it, I won't be here to root for you. I'm going away tonight for rest.
A rest? Why? What's the matter with you?
I read in Winsel's column that I'm sick.
Well, I don't know. You look all right. You see a doctor?
Who needs a doctor when you got Winchell?
That's right. Well, we're certainly going to miss you, Mary. Where are you planning to go?
Oh, I'm going to New York for a couple of weeks and recuperate.
That's a nice place for a rest, yeah. There's a lovely sanitarium there right on the corner of 48th and Broadway. It's called the, what's the name of that place, Phil?
The Cotton Club.
That's it, the Cotton Club. Yeah. Oh, you rest there beautifully, huh?
Yes, that's on my list.
Say, Mary, will you do me a favor?
Sure, Kenny, what is it?
Well, when you come back from New York, would you mind bringing me some oysters?
Oysters? Kenny, can't you get oysters right here in town?
Yes, but there's no R in Los Angeles.
Well, listen. Kenny, then move to Burbank and shut up, will you?
I did move there.
Then all you got to do is shut up.
That's right. We'll miss those answers next week. But it's great to go back to New York once in a while. I don't know, you renew old acquaintances and see all your old pals. Bill Baker, Jack Pearl, Goody Ace, Ed Sullivan.
Fred Allen.
Quiet. I'm trying to avoid his name.
And I don't blame you, Jack. Did you hear him last Wednesday when he kept saying how tight and cheap you are?
Yeah. Oh, wait a minute. So that's where Phil Harris got his idea for those smart cracks about me. I knew he couldn't be original. Come here a minute, Don. Come here just a second, will you? Allen talks about me being tight. Were you ever invited to a party at Fred Allen's house?
No, Jack, no. Why?
Well, he's the kind of a guy that fills you full of herring and then makes you pay for a glass of water.
No kidding, really?
That's a fact.
I got a drink there for nothing, but I swallowed a carnation.
Well, I'm not surprised. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, since those gags will be tough to follow, Phil Harris and his orchestra will render a number entitled He Ain't Got Rhythm. How about playing, Phil?
Okay, Jack, as soon as I get my baton.
Your what?
My baton.
That's better. You killed my gag. There's no R in that either. Play, Phil. That was He Ain't Got Rhythm from On the Avenue, conducted by Phil Harris, who didn't know the number was over until the boys laid down their instruments.
Thanks, Jack. I like you, too.
Well, some orchestra leader. And now, folks, I mean, if you haven't got a baton, what'll they do? Poor boy. For our feature attraction tonight, we are going to present a sophisticated English drama entitled Lady Guinevere's Bracelet, or Ring Around the Wristy. I will play the part of Lord Stanley Beaverhat Boss. Mary Livingston will be Millicent, my granddaughter, and Phil Harris will be Phillicent, my grandfather. The scene is the ancestral mansion of the Beaverhats located at Hamhock on the Sauerkraut, England. Now, before going into this drama, I would like to point out that... answer that, Mary.
Okay. Hello? Yes? Yes, Mr. Campbell, he's here. Oh, Jack, it's Lawton Campbell of General Foods.
Well, the boss, eh? Hello? Oh, hello, Mr. Campbell. Yes? Yeah? What? Well, look, Mr. Campbell, it would be silly to go back to that because we have no idea where Cactus Face is hiding. No, look, we planned this English play and, well, What? Oh, I can either look for Cactus Face or a new job. Well, all right, you're the boss. Goodbye. Tonight, ladies and gentlemen, we will do a command performance. The 12th episode of our Western serial, Buck Benny Rides Again. We'll do it, but we won't do it good. I hope I fall off my horse.
You will if you get on.
Well, get our cowboy suits on. Gosh, help me off with this frock coat, Mary. Kenny, throw out the tea and crumpet.
Okay.
Such waste. Bring in the horses, Don. Mary, have you seen my spurs?
They've been in your back pocket for a week.
I thought it was arthritis. Well, anyway, and now for our sponsor's play, Buck Benny Rides Again, or Theodora Goes Wild West. I hope it flops. I will play the part of Sheriff Buck Benny, as tough an hombre as ever wore a wildcat for a muffler. A happy, snappy, nappy, don't give a rappy.
Are you sappy?
Shut your trappy. The opening scene is the home of Buck Benny early in the morning, where we find his mother in the kitchen chopping wood and Buck in bed sawing it. Curtain. Music.
Better get up, Buck. It's 6 o'clock.
6 o'clock? Doggone it, I had that rooster set for 9. What's the matter with him?
Well, he's a Rhode Island bred. Guess he's still on Eastern time.
From now on, I'm going to buy my alarm cocks in the West. Turn him off, Ma.
Okay.
Well, that's too bad. It's tough losing that timepiece.
It's going to be tougher eating them.
Well, Ma, reckon I better be getting down to the office. I got to get Cactus Face this time.
Say, Buck, when are you and Daisy going to get married?
I don't know, Ma. We can't have a church wedding, you know.
Why not?
We can't get her pappy past Ike Muller's saloon.
Well, why don't you take him up north and back him in?
Might try that. Got to get going now. Where's my horse?
Under the bed.
Doggone it, he always gets the lower. Come on, partner. Sleep well? Glad to hear it. Open the door, Ma. So long. Whoa, partner, whoa. Morning, deputies.
Morning,
Sheriff. Any news about Cactus Face, Deputy Wilson?
Nope, not a word.
You got any report, Baker?
Well, you know that $500 reward you posted?
Yeah?
He came here and collected it.
Who did?
Cactus Face.
Cactus Face, you darn fool. Why did you let him go? And that's the dumbest thing I ever heard of.
Oh, I've done dumber things than that.
Figure that's a fine thing after the way I worked day and night to catch that varmint.
Well, I came closer than you did.
He wants to argue yet.
Never mind, Buck. You sure been hot on his trail.
Mr. Campbell don't seem to think so. Now listen, deputies. There's been a report that Cactus Face was seen walking into the Bucket of Blood barber shop. And I want you boys to go there right away.
Okay, Sheriff.
Be sure and look under all lather. If he's not there, take a look next door at the Goody Goody tea shop.
Shucks, I'm no sissy.
Now do what I tell you to. I'm going to stop over at Daisy Carson's house, and I'll join you boys later. Come on, Buck Benny rides again. Woo, partner, woo.
Come in.
Hello, Daisy.
Hello, tall, dark, and double chin.
Well, gal, your Adam's apple ain't exactly out in the open.
Why, Buck, gals don't have Adam's apples.
Too late now, it got a snicker. Say, Daisy, I ain't seen you around for the past 5 weeks. What you been doing?
Just sitting here knitting.
Is that so? What you knitting?
I won't know till it's finished.
I hope it's a sock. I'm tired of wearing just one. Speaking of socks, reminds me of soaps. Where's your pappy?
He's out in the backyard working on his still.
His still?
Yep, he's making his own liquor now.
What does he do with the stuff? Bottle it?
Nope, he just drinks it as it comes out.
Impatient old cuss, isn't he? You know, Daisy, I see him out riding once in a while. How can a man drink so much and stay on a horse?
It was kind of hard until he taught the horse how to stagger.
So he's out there working on his still, eh? You know, Daisy, he better be careful. Them stills is mighty dangerous.
Here comes Pappy now.
Hello, Buck. Frank Carson, that's the worst thing you could have done. Why, that still blew you right across the yard into the house.
Well, I was coming here anyway.
That was quite an explosion. Where are your boots?
Don't know. I had them on when I went out.
You got to be careful with those stills, Frank.
Wonder what made her blow up, Buck. Only built a small fire.
You must have breathed into it.
Frank, you better stop drinking that stuff or them pink elephants will get you.
Shucks, I got 'em trained now. One of 'em can play the bee.
He can?
Yes, if someone doesn't steal his trunk.
Well, Buck, see you later. I gotta go out and get an expert to help me fix that still.
Where are you going? After that brandy fella?
No, after the gin man.
Oh. Well, Daisy, I was just on my way to get Cactus Face and thought I'd drop by and talk to you. Something I want to ask you.
What is it, Buck?
Well, Daisy, I was just wondering if you reconsidered my offer of marriage.
I ain't got time to talk about it now, Buck. I'm leaving for New York right away.
New York?
Yep. I just thought a little vacation would do me good.
Well, well. Oh, say, Daisy, there's a gal I know who's making the same trip. Her name's Mary Livingston. You might meet up with her on the train.
Mary Livingston, that big radio star?
Yeah.
Gee, I like her.
Doggone it, seems like everyone's going to New York.
Well, Miss Daisy, I got the buggy waiting outside to take you down to the train.
Be right with you, Scooter.
Here, I'll help you with your carpet bag. You mind if I ride down the train with you, Daisy?
Fine. I was hoping you would.
Well, come on, let's go. Well, Daisy, it's kind of nice sitting here alongside of you. Gee, I sure hate to see you go. When you get to New York, you want to watch out for them city slickers. A pretty gal like you can't be too careful.
You said it and move over.
Oh.
Say, Buck, I hope you catch Cactus Face before I get back.
Shucks, I plumb forgot about him. You're more important to me than anybody.
Uh-huh. One more crack like that and I won't get on the train.
And say, Daisy, I just happen to think, and you're in New York, if you go into Macy's, bring me back a plug of tobacco. I understand they got the fancy kind.
Well, Buck, we're getting near the depot. Feel awfully lonely all of a sudden.
So do I, gal. But don't worry, just have a good time. I'll see you when you get back. Better hurry up, Scooter. Here comes the train.
Okay, Buck. Come on, giddy up.
last number of the 21st program of the new Jell-O series, and we'll be with you again next Sunday night at the same time. And don't forget, folks, next Sunday, I will definitely play the B.
No kidding.
On the level this time, fellas. I'm starting to practice it tonight. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. That's only a sample. Good night, folks.
The Jell-O program starring Jack Benny with Phil Harris and his orchestra.
Arrived in New York okay, but the train trip was terrible as there was nothing but trunks and suitcases in my car. She must have gotten in the baggage car by mistake. New York City is just the same as
What are you reading, Jack?
Oh, it's a letter from Mary. Gosh, it seems lonesome tonight without her, doesn't it, Don?
Oh, it sure does.
You know, I kind of miss her, too. The program doesn't seem the same without Mary.
Not so loud, Phil. She's probably listening in. There's no use spoiling her.
What does she say in her letter, Jack?
Well, it's a little personal, Don. You know, she wouldn't want me to read it to everybody.
Oh, go ahead.
All right. Dear Jack, Don, Phil, Kenny, and everybody. Arrived in New York. Oh, I read that, yeah. She says, I got in Chicago on time and stopped there for 3 hours between trains. Believe me, it's no fun standing between trains. You get cinders all over you. She certainly takes things literally, doesn't she? Enjoyed the ride to New York. The train had a streamline, and so did that salesman I met. But don't worry, I can take care of myself, and anyway, he got off at Cleveland.
That's good.
She's right in form there.
When I arrived at Grand Central Station, a great big man rushed up, threw his arms around me, and kissed me. Was I disappointed when I found out it was my uncle? I am stopping at the Hotel Lombardi, which is just 1,500 miles up the street from the Miami Biltmore. I hope she doesn't try to go in swimming. And Mama, Papa, and Brother Hillard came in from Plainfield, and we went to Aunt Rose's new wedding last night. Papa was going to wear his full-dress suit with the tails, but when he took it out of the closet, he found that the moths had eaten it into a tuxedo. Well,
Not bad.
Yeah. This afternoon, while passing Radio City, I ran into Fred Allen. He spoke about you, and believe me, that's no way to talk in front of a lady. I was going to slap his face, but he was chewing tobacco, so I thought twice. Anyway, he invited me to lunch, but made me pay my own check. I couldn't do anything about it, though, as he claimed his invitation wasn't in writing. Same old Allen.
Oh, he's not that tight.
He's not, eh? Listen, fellas. Have you ever played poker with Allen?
No.
Well, if you ever do, watch out. He plays a very conservative game. Come here a minute. When he opens the pot, you can throw away 4 kings.
No kidding.
Really, I'm not kidding. Not only that, he cheats, too. I remember one time I caught him sending out 3 white chips to be dyed.
Oh, Jack. Jack, you're exaggerating.
Well, maybe it was only 2 chips. I don't know.
Well, go ahead, Jack, with Mary's letter.
Okay. I am writing this letter in the lobby of the hotel, and the swellest-looking fellow is sitting opposite me. He just smiled, which explains this blot. She's probably kidding. That nice man just smiled again, so we'll close wishing good luck to you and me. Yours faithfully, Mary. Hey, that was cute, wasn't it?
Yeah. Hello, fellas.
Hi, Kenny.
Hey, Jack, I got a surprise for you.
What is it?
Well, I knew Mary wasn't going to be here, so I brought my girl Lena to help out with the program.
Well, that's very nice of you, Kenny. We need help. Oh, there she is. Hello, Lena. How are you?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Isn't she clever, Jack?
Yeah, well,
that's only part of it. Now, here's a joke we made up. This'll kill you. Go ahead, Lena, ask him.
Is this going to be funny?
We think so. Go ahead, Lena.
All right. What's the difference between Mary Livingston and the Queen Mary?
Well, the question is clever. Go ahead, Lena. What is the difference between Mary Livingston and the Queen Mary?
Mary Livingston is a girl, and the Queen Mary is a boat.
What's funny about that, Kenny?
Gee, don't you get it? Mary isn't a boat.
Oh, am I surprised? I must tell her to keep out of water.
Yeah. Now, Lena, do that laugh like Mary does. And, Jack, you ask her what she's laughing at.
Okay.
Go ahead, Lena. Laugh like Mary. right, Jack.
All right. What are you laughing at, Lena?
You, who wouldn't?
Ain't she a panic?
Yeah, panic meaning disaster. Yeah, thanks, Kenny. And now Phil Harris will play...
Hey, wait a minute, Jack. We got one more.
Oh.
Give it to him, Lena.
Mr. Benny, if I gained 50 pounds, what would I be?
I don't know. What would you be, Lena?
Fatter.
Wow!
You get it, Jack? Lena fatter?
Yeah, just like your head up. Play a fella. Mary, come home. All is forgiven. That was Melancholy Baby, played by the orchestra and directed by Phil Harris, who came back from the Santa Anita racetrack yesterday as fast as he could walk. Say, Phil, your orchestra sounds a little softer than usual tonight. What happened?
Well, Jack, I bet my trombone player on Seabiscuit and lost.
Oh, well, that's too bad. Huh?
Doggone it, every horse I bet on loses by a nose.
Well, you'll either have to get hotter tips or longer horses.
Yeah.
One or the other. Like that, huh? Well, they must have lost two out there. I can see that.
Say, Jack, how did you make out in the handicap?
Not so good, Phil. Unfortunately, the horse I bet on just got over the flu and was afraid of crowds.
Yeah.
But you know, Phil, when it comes to gambling, I'm a pretty good sport, and I don't mind when my horse lags behind. But when he walks over to the rail and takes a bite of my hot dog, that's going a little too far. You think so?
So you learned your lesson, eh?
Yes, sir. The next horse I bet on will have to have a diesel engine in him. Oh, come in.
Hello, Jack Benny.
Yes. What can I do for you?
Well, pardon the interruption, Pooksy, but I'm a detective.
A detective, eh?
You said it. A bloodhound with a dialect.
Well, what do you want?
I'm under the impression that you lost a violin. Is this correct?
A violin, yes. Did you find it?
Did you offer a reward?
Yes.
Then I found it. Here you are.
Well. Hey, fellas, look. My violin. What do you know? Say, it sure is my violin, all right. They say, fellas, I knew I'd get it back tonight. Virtue triumph.
Then you're going to play the bee, eh?
Am I? Listen, fellas, this is the night of nights. Not only will I redeem myself in the eyes of my listeners, but I'll make Fred Allen hang his head so low he'll have to get an extra shoe for his nose. And it won't be any size 2 either.
Oh, his nose isn't that long, Jack.
It's long enough to reach clear to Hollywood and to my affairs.
Listen, Jack, why don't you forget the bee and play something popular?
Well, what song would you like to hear?
Pennies from Herring.
Herring? That's heaven.
You're telling me. Well, Mr. Benny, to put it bluntly, how's about the compensation?
Oh, yes, the reward. Here you are, my good man. A nice, new, green, crisp, crinkly $1 bill.
Adjectives he gives me.
Oh, you don't want it, eh?
Don't jump at conclusions.
Well, it's all you're going to get, $1. Here.
Thank you. I'll put it in my wallet.
That's a nice wallet. I thought it was your chest. Well, goodbye, Mr. Say, what's your name?
That I can tell you.
Why not?
There's a reward for me, too.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, goodbye.
Goodbye. Vada Chisler. Fred Allen is right.
Well, boys, it cost me $1 to get my violin back, but it was worth every penny of it. Oh, Kenny, how about singing your song while I get all set for my number?
Okay, Jack. Are you really going to play the bee?
Am I going to play the bee? Did Columbus turn back in the middle of the Atlantic?
I don't know.
Did Washington hesitate before crossing the Delaware?
I don't know.
Did Admiral Dewey retreat at Manila?
3 strikes, I'm out.
Then sing, Danny. I'm going to play the bee. That was Kenny Baker singing The Night is Young and You're So Beautiful. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the moment has arrived. The moment when I will erase all verbal stains and oral blemishes from the once illustrious name of Jack Benny. Of course, after concluding my selection to be, Mr. Allen, who even thinks that wrestling is crooked, will no doubt accuse me of trickery. To nip such a possibility in the bud, I will pass through our studio audience, and you folks can observe for yourselves that I have only a violin in one hand and a bow in the other.
Attaboy, Jack.
Quiet, I wouldn't trust you either. I further wish to state that there is nothing hidden up my sleeve and no accomplices, either mechanical or human, in this auditorium. Now for my first solo. Come in.
Hello, Buck.
Well, hi, Andy. Hey, you got here just in time.
Yep, and when I heard that you got your fiddle back, I ran up here as fast as I could.
Well, that was nice of you.
Say, Buck, I was sure surprised when I heard Mary went to New York.
Yeah, she left last week for a short vacation.
Doggone it, I'm sorry I missed her. I wanted to kiss her goodbye.
Well, Andy, you can kiss her when she gets back.
Yeah, she'll be rested up then and can take it.
One thing I like about you, Andy, you don't brag.
What's that?
That's Kenny's girl, Lena. I know you thought it was the radiator. Lena, you know Andy Devine.
Oh, sure, the man that talks like Donald Duck.
Donald Duck, that's pretty good. Huh?
Well, we're doing all right. We're both in pictures.
Yeah. Well, Andy, I'm glad you came up to the studio tonight. You know, you're going to hear me play the bee and make out a fool out of that town hall Sandman. And you know what the Sandman does.
Yeah.
Did you hear him last Wednesday when he said a buzzard brought me instead of a stork?
A buzzard?
Yeah.
Oh, doggone it. I thought he said blizzard. Now I got to get mad all over again.
Why don't I get funny lines like that?
Why don't I get any lines?
Please, fellows. Well, the time is growing short. My fingers are just itching to wander over those violin strings, so let's get going. Andy, you sit right down in front and enjoy yourself.
Okay, Buck, can I applaud now in case I fall asleep?
No, I'll have to take that chance, Andy. And now, ladies and gentlemen, before going into my number, it gives me great pleasure to introduce to you the man who will share my glory tonight. My accompanist, that eminent pianist, Rachmaninoff T. Smith. Take a bow, Mr. Smith.
Thank you. And my price is still $10.
Oh. I tried to get him for 8, folks, but he's got me in a spot. Well, hand me that violin, Kenny.
Here you are, Jack.
I'll even take that line.
Say, what's the matter with you, Phil?
Well, I want to be an actor.
Well, you're on the wrong program.
With my talent, yes.
Well... Well, pretty good for an old violin, isn't it? Huh?
So you're really going to play the bee this time, eh, Jack?
John, I can't get out of it. I mean, I'm raring to go. Come on, introduce me, and remember that Jell-O isn't playing this number. Wait till I tune up. Just...
Sounds pretty good from here. All right? Okay, Jack. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Jack Benny will now play Schubert's immortal classic, The Bee.
If you please, Professor. all right, fellas. It was nothing at all. Well, what now, Mr. Allen?
Say, Jack.
Yes, Kenny?
When are you going to play the bee?
I just played it.
Yeah, but you clipped its wings.
Why, what do you mean?
Well, when you came to the hard part, you switched to Plenty of Money and You.
Well, there was a detour sign on my music. And furthermore, Phil, you've been acting a bit uppity lately. Are you dissatisfied with your job here? Are you unhappy in our little group? I mean, are you seeking greener pastures?
No. Greener money.
Oh. Well, let me tell you something, Phil. Oh, excuse me a minute. There's the phone. Keep the argument going, Kenny.
Now listen, Phil, who do you think I am?
Now, never mind, Kenny. I'll pick up the argument later. Never mind. Don't bother. Hello? Hello? Oh, hello, Mary. How are you, honey? It's Mary, fellas. You did? Well, I'm glad you liked it. I played it the best I could. Of course, right in the middle of the number, I found out one of my strings was dental floss. Which was all right. I just had dinner. Are you having a good time in New York? Well, I do, too, but I don't see how I can get away from here. Well, anyway, Mary, have a good time and come back soon. Yeah. Yeah, everybody sends their love. Yes, I will. Yeah. Yeah, goodbye, dear. Goodbye. Hello? What's that, operator? Yes, I'll accept the charges. Yes. You know, fellas, gee, it must be nice in New York right now. Gee, after talking to Mary, I'd love to go there for a couple of weeks.
So would I.
Me, too.
You know, Buck, I've never been to New York.
Well, don't cry, Andy. You haven't?
No.
Well, that last one was a laugh, wasn't it? Well, Andy, you get a big kick out of it. No, really, you would. You'd love it. You know, you could take a subway and see the whole town. You know. Hey, wait a minute, fellas. You know, Wait a minute, I got an idea. Listen, get away from the microphone, fellas. I don't want Mary to hear this. You know what I'd like to do? Now, wait a minute. Stuff up. Get away from the mic. I'd like to surprise Mary, hop on a train, and join her in New York.
New York?
Quiet! John, stuff up those microphones.
Okay, Jack.
Now, wait a minute. Can everybody make the trip?
I can.
It's okay with me,
How about you, Phil?
Well, I'll have to join you later.
Shall I take my trainer along?
No, Andy, they have hotels in New York. 2 of them. Now, wait a minute. Listen, we'll arrange this right away. I'll call up the station now and make our reservations. And, Don, while I'm ordering the tickets, you make a lot of noise about Jell-O or anything, but make it loud. I don't want Mary to hear this.
Right, Jack, right.
Go ahead. Hello? Operator, get me the... Go ahead, Don.
I'm glad to have this opportunity to tell you about Jell-O, the fastest-selling gelatin dessert on the market.
Hello, ticket office?
It is first in favor because it's first in flavor, and it comes in 6 delicious flavors: strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and lime. So be sure to ask for Jell-O by name.
Yes,
look for the
tickets.
big red letters on the box.
What? No, not 6 delicious flavors, 6 tickets. No, the name is not Raspberry, it's Jack Berry. Jack Benny. Yeah, that's it. Okay, thank you. Goodbye. Well, fellas, it's all set. Oh, boy, I could just see the look on Mary's face when we popped in on her. Yeah, I can hardly wait. I'm going right home now and pack. Are you going to take your trunk, Kenny?
No, my trunk's been to New York.
Well, then don't bother. Oh, boy, just imagine that. 2 weeks in New York. Broadway.
Times Square.
Columbus Circle.
Tin Pan Alley.
42nd Street.
Grant's Tomb.
And we'll be with you again next Sunday night at the same time, broadcasting from New York City. The detective on the program was played by Pat C. Flick through the courtesy of Warner Brothers.
Say, Jack, why can't we leave for New York right now?
No, we'll have to wait till Tuesday night because I'm dropping in on Ben Burney's program first.
Well, why are you still whispering?
I want to surprise Ben, too. Good night, folks.
The Jell-O program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston and Abe Lyman and his orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we bring you the man who made the bee public insect number 1, Jack Benny.
Hello again. This This is Jack Benny talking, and believe me, folks, I'm sure glad to be back in New York for a couple of weeks.
Well, Jack, if you like it so well here, why didn't you come sooner?
I couldn't, Don, not until I had vindicated myself and my violin teacher.
Oh,
Now that I've played the B, I can walk down Broadway with head high, unashamed.
Oh, Jack, I thought you did a great job. Did you bring your violin with you?
No, I sent it to Honolulu for a rest.
For a rest?
Yeah. If you'd been missing for days and then had the B played on you, you'd want a rest, too.
Well, all I did was hear it, and I can stand a vacation.
One more crack like that, and you'll get it. Anyway, Don, let's not engage in any low banter tonight. After all, we're broadcasting from the Waldorf Astoria.
Yes, indeed. This is a pretty high-class place, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
Quite swanky.
Swanky? Mm-hmm. Well, I had a shave before they let me in the barber shop. Yes, sir. You know, Don, I think their prices here are quite well balanced. I didn't pay a cent more for having my suit pressed than I did for my suit. Really. You're stopping here, aren't you, Don?
Oh, yes, Jack. I have a lovely room on the 22nd floor.
Well, when you go to your room tonight, be sure and use the middle elevator.
The middle elevator? Why?
That one has the best floor show. Oh. I tell you, Don, the service here is de-loopsy. Come in.
Mr. Benny?
Yes.
On behalf of the entire personnel of the Waldorf Astoria, may I extend a cordial greeting and invite you to avail yourself of every possible facility here.
Well, thank you. Are you the managing director?
No, I'm vice president in charge of removing dishes.
A busboy.
Yes, in the vernacular. Here's my card.
Your card, thank you. Well, that's odd. A round card.
It's also a butterplate. Goodbye.
Oh. Gentlemanly fellow, wasn't he?
Yes, rather.
Yes.
Hello, Jack. Is this the place?
Oh, hello, Mary. Well, Mary. Glad to see you. That was quite a reception you got, wasn't it?
Yeah, but there's one man in the second row who wasn't applauding.
Where?
Right over there.
Well, oh, no wonder, Mary. The poor fellow has one arm in a sling.
Well, it wouldn't hurt him to slap his face for a friend.
That's right. Well, Mary, we sure missed you last week, didn't we, Don?
Well, I'll say we did.
Oh, hello, Don. I didn't see you.
How are you, Mary?
Gee, you've changed. Look, Jack, he's lost his double chin.
Quiet, it's in his collar. Say, Mary, you've been in New York all alone for a week. What have you been doing?
Plenty, and I wasn't alone.
Oh.
You remember the fellow I wrote you about that I met on the train?
Oh, you mean that salesman?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Hey, wait a minute. You told me in your letter he got off at Cleveland.
Just to mail that letter. He got right on again.
Oh. So he's the guy that's been taking you out. Huh?
Yeah. I saw all the good shows. And, oh, Jack, there's one show that you shouldn't miss.
Really?
It's called, gee, I can't think of the name of it.
Was it Stage Door?
No.
Red Hot and Blue?
No, that's funny. I saw the name stamped right on the towel in my hotel.
The name stamped on the towel in your hotel?
I got it. You can't take it with you.
Oh, sure. There's nothing like drying yourself with a good show.
Say, Jack.
Yeah?
Where's Phil Harris?
Phil Harris, darn it. I left him in Hollywood. I forgot my pajamas, too.
Oh, Jack, Phil asked me to tell you that he'll join us just as soon as he's through making that picture.
Oh, yes. Don, come here a minute, will you? This Abe Lyman who's leading the orchestra, what kind of a guy is he? Personally, I mean.
Well, Jack, he's really an awfully nice fellow. You like him, I'm sure. Abe, you know Jack Benny, don't you?
Sure. How are you, Jack?
Fine, Abe. Funny, you and I have never worked together before, have we?
No, and I'm very happy to have this opportunity.
Well, thanks. Seems to be quite a regular fellow, Don. Now, Abe, this being your first appearance with me, I'd like to start you off on the right foot. You don't mind, do you? Well, I just want it understood that I'm head man here, and whatever I say goes. Do you understand? And, furthermore, I want this settled right now so we won't have any trouble in the future. Is that clear?
Are you through?
Yes.
Now, let me tell you something. You might be Buck Benny, but don't try to ride me.
Well, he got it right this show, anyway. Oh, a fresh guy, huh?
Better look out, Jack.
Why?
I saw him direct the opening number with a blackjack.
Oh.
Well, don't worry, Mary. I'm a pretty tough guy myself.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Well, I can handle you and Fred Allen.
Well, no wonder. We're both anemic. Say, Don, come here a minute. I thought you told me Lyman was a nice guy.
Well, he is, Jack, but this is his first time working with you, and naturally he's just a little nervous and excited. You can't blame him.
Oh, is that it? Well, I guess maybe I was a little hasty and inconsiderate. After all, I can appreciate his state of mind. Tell him to play, Don.
Play, Mr. Lyman.
These orchestra leaders are so sensitive. That was Slumming on Park Avenue from On the Avenue, played by the orchestra and directed by Abe Lyman, the Phil Harris of the East. And very good, Abe.
Thanks.
Oh, by the way, Abe, you don't mind if I describe you to our radio audience, do you? After all, a little word picture wouldn't be amiss.
No, go right ahead, but just be careful what you say, that's all.
Now, wait a minute. Let's not start that all over again. This is my program, and I'll say anything I want to.
Don't sound awfully funny with my fist in your mouth.
Are you going to stand for that, Jack?
I ain't sitting down, honey.
You will in a minute, Toots.
No.
Why don't you let me describe him, Jack?
All right, Mary. I'm a fine boss. I wish Vaudeville would come back. Go ahead.
Well, in describing Abe Lyman, I would say that he's good-looking, rather tall, dark, and extremely romantic.
Now, how do you know he's romantic?
I haven't been to New York a week for nothing. Hi, Abe.
Hiya, babe.
Hey, wait a minute, Mary. I thought you told me you went out with a salesman.
That's Abe, all right.
Oh, I see.
Hello, Jack and Mary. How you, Don?
Hello, Kenny.
How are you, Kenny?
Back to New York, huh? Kenny, we're all glad to see you. How do you like being back in New York?
Great. I'm having a swell time.
That's good.
I've seen a lot of places I missed last year. I went to Central Park, the Bronx Zoo, and the aquarium. And...
The aquarium, eh? I bet you like that.
Nah, there was nothing but fish.
Well, that's the trouble with those places, you know.
Yeah.
Well, I'm glad you're... yeah. Well, I'm glad you're having such a good time, Kenny. Did you go to Radio City?
No, New York is good enough for me.
That's right. There's no use jacking all over the country. I don't blame you.
Say, Jack, last night I went to Madison Square Garden to see the races.
Oh, the races. Did you like it?
Yeah, but the jockeys went around so fast the horses looked like bicycles.
Well, they were bicycles. Isn't that awful, Mary?
I'm saving my answer for our last program.
This may be it. You can't tell. Well, Kenny, what are you going to sing on your first broadcast from New York?
I'm going to sing When the Poppies Bloom Again.
Well, I'm sure we'll like that. Oh, by the way, I want you to meet Abe Lyman, our temporary maestro. But watch out, Kenny. He's a little nervous tonight. You know, be careful. Say, Abe, this is Kenny Baker, our tenor.
Hello, Kenny. Hello. Say, Mr. Lyman, when you play my number, just do it the way it's written, will you?
Kenny.
It's my own arrangement, and I don't like it played any other way. Do you get me?
Kenny, be careful.
Look who's bawling me out. Listen, Lyman, what Jack says goes double for me.
Attaboy, Kenny. I'm right with you.
You stay out of this, Jack, unless you want your ears pleated.
Can this be the man who plays those dreamy waltzes on the radio? Go ahead and sing, Kenny.
Your ears wouldn't look good pleated, Jack.
I don't think so. That's what I call stopping the show. I may not stop it myself, Kenny, but I'll slow it up a whole lot. That was Kenny Baker singing When the Poppies Bloom Again, accompanied by the Gas House Gang. That was beautiful, Kenny. You were so at ease.
Sure, I'm not afraid of Lyman.
Well, I'm not either, but I don't want any roughhouse at the Waldorf.
With you on the bottom.
Now, listen. This is our first program in New York, and I'm just trying to keep things orderly, that's all. Outside of that, I'm not afraid of anyone.
You're not, eh?
No.
Then you've either got a loud cheaper.
You got a what? Oh, take that joke again. Come here, that's a good joke. Let's take the joke. Outside of that, I'm not afraid of anyone. Go ahead.
You're not, eh?
No.
Then you've either got a loud heart or a cheap watch.
That's it. That's the one. See? I didn't want you to miss that. That was funny. Say, Don, speaking of hearts, what time is it? I mean, speaking of watches.
About 8:45.
I wished he'd get here.
Who?
Well, listen, Don. When I played the B last Sunday night, I didn't completely vindicate myself. There's one small point yet to be settled.
What is that, Jack?
Well, I asked Stuart Canin, that little boy who originally played the B and caused all my trouble with Alan, to come up here tonight, and I'm going to find out if he's really 10 years old.
Let's find out how to play the B, too.
I played it all right. But I have my doubts about Alan's statement. If that child is over 10, and I think he is, then Mr. Allen has deceived his listeners, thereby misinforming over 400 people around the country. Anyway, I'm going to find out the truth. Hey, maybe that's him. Huh? Come in. Hello. Hey, fellas, look. Look who's here.
Hello, stranger.
Well, Slapperman. Slapperman, I'm sure glad to see you.
Well, the feeling is neutral.
Thank you.
Jack, so soon when I found out you was in New York, I rushed right down from Boston to see you.
From Boston, eh? Well, that was nice of you, Slap.
I am my out of breath. I should have taken the train.
Well, I'm glad you dropped in. Oh, Slap, you remember Kenny Baker and Don Wilson, don't you?
Why, certainly. Hello, Kenny boy.
Hello, Slappy. Oh, how are you, Slappy? It's nice to see you.
Well, Donny boy, are you still making the Jell-O?
Oh, sure. And Slap. Slap, here's Mary.
My goodness, Mary, you're a sight for chopped ice. You know, I've asked you for a little kiss, but my wife is listening in.
Come on, maybe it'll sound like that.
Hey, Slap.
Leave me alone. I'm delirious.
How was it, Mary?
I don't know. He was standing on my feet.
Oh. Slap, tell me something about yourself. What are you doing these days?
Well, Jack, I'm in the hotel business.
The hotel business?
Yeah.
I didn't know that. What's the name of your hotel?
Clapperman's Little Gypsy Tea Room. And, you know, Jack, it's a special attraction. My wife tells fortunes.
Oh, can she read tea leaves?
Yes, if they're not in English.
Well, tell me, Slap, how big a hotel have you?
25 rooms, and so clean you can eat in them.
Oh, how about sleeping in them?
That I wouldn't recommend.
25 rooms, eh? Have you got an elevator?
I had one, but it got stuck, so I made another room out of it.
Well, that was clever.
Say, Jack, why don't you and Mary come over tonight? We got dancing and music.
Oh, an orchestra, too, eh? Who's playing there?
Fred Herring and his Oriental Canadians. My, what musicians. Strictly swing time, boys.
Say, that reminds me, Slap, do you know Abe Lyman?
Do I know Abe Lyman? Hello, Abe, boy.
Hello, Slap. Is my suit ready?
Please, quiet. You'll have it tomorrow, positive.
Oh, a tailor, too, huh? Say, Slap, you certainly branched out since I last saw you. Hotel, tea room, tailor. You're certainly in a lot of businesses.
Hold on to your watch, Jack. You might have a pawn shop.
A pawn shop, huh?
What do you think hangs from my sign? 3 oranges?
Well, you certainly don't believe in putting all your eggs in one business, do you?
Well, Jack, it certainly was a pleasure to see you.
Thanks, Slap. Come up and see us again, won't you?
Why, certainly. Well, goodbye, everybody. I got work to do around here.
Work to do? You mean you work here at the Waldorf Astoria, too?
Sure, I'm the house detective, so take it easy. Goodbye.
It was sure good to see old Schlepperman again. He's certainly in a lot of businesses, isn't he, Mary?
I bet he's in 2 more by now.
I'll take that bet. I'm also a bookmaker.
What a guy. Hey, Don, did that little boy come in yet?
No, not yet, Jack.
Oh, well, play something, Abe. If Schlepperman is in your band, I'll die. Gee, I wish that kid would get here. That was a medley of popular tunes played from the bandwagon, played by Abe Lyman and his ex-Californians. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we, Don, did that little boy get here yet?
Well, not yet, but, Jack, did you hear that 5-year-old girl play the B on the piano last Wednesday night?
You mean on Allen's program?
Yes.
Well, let me tell you something, Don. That girl might be 5, but I could swear I heard that piano playing after she walked away from me. See, the way Allen has been dragging those kids up to his program is disgraceful. I think. First, a 10-year-old boy plays the B on a violin, then a 5-year-old girl plays it on a piano. I suppose next week we'll hear it played on a raffle.
But, Jack, I thought it was funny when Alan said you were so out of wind you couldn't even blow out a match.
Well, he has me there. I'll admit that I don't compare with Mr. Allen when it comes to blowing. Wow! I stayed away all night thinking of that gag.
You could have gone to sleep and snored a better one.
Yeah. Well, anyway, tonight I'll find out the correct age of that alleged 10-year-old boy. Say, I hope that's him now. Come in.
Is Mr. Benny here?
Yes, come in. Are you Stuart Canin, the little boy that played the bee?
Yes, sir.
Well, I'm awfully glad you came up tonight, Stuart.
What did you want to see me about, Mr. Benny?
Well, it's
If it's about the violin, I don't give lessons.
No, Stuart. Look, no, Stuart. I merely sent for you to ask a few questions. Now, there's nothing to be afraid of. Just answer correctly and regard me as your friend.
I'm scared.
Scared, Stuart? Why?
Mr. Allen said you were the boogeyman.
Now, Stuart, that's silly. That's silly. Do I look like the boogeyman?
Yeah.
Now listen to me, Stuart. I'm here to prove something tonight. I'm going to ask you a few questions, and I want the truth. You know what happens to little boys who tell lies?
No.
Well, you want to go to heaven, don't you?
Not yet.
Now, listen to me, Stuart.
I listened to you last Sunday, and I didn't like it.
Oh, yeah?
I'm going home.
Grab him, fella. Don't let him get away.
Oh, we got him, Jack.
He looks suspicious to me. Search him, boys.
Look, Jack, he's got marbles and a cloth and some fish hooks.
And here's a slingshot.
A slingshot, eh? Disarm them, men. Now, listen here, Stuart.
Gee, you're silly.
Now, that's not the point. I don't want to get tough unless I have to.
And then it won't be with Abe Lyman.
Quiet. Stuart, truthfully, how old are you?
10 years old.
I mean your exact age.
10 years old.
10 years old, eh? Where were you on the night of January 7th, 1927?
Home.
Home, eh? And what were you doing home?
I don't remember.
You don't remember. You've been very well coached, Mr. Canin. When was your birthday?
I don't remember.
You don't remember. You don't remember your birthday, and yet you're positive you're 10 years old. Bah! Now, young man. What are you laughing at, Mary?
I don't remember.
Now, Stuart, how old were you when you first took violin lessons?
Wouldn't you like to know?
That's a lie. Now, listen, Stuart. Listen to me. On the night of December 30th, 1936, you came into Fred Allen's program and played the bee, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
And on the night of February 3rd, 1937, at the insistence of the same Mr. Allen, you repeated that performance.
Yes, sir.
Now, Mr. Allen claims that you're only 10 years old.
But I am only 10 years old.
Yet you testified not less than 3 minutes ago that on January 7th, 1927, you were home.
Yes, sir.
Yet you don't remember what you were doing.
So what?
Then what's the first thing you do remember?
The stock market crash. I lost my shirt.
Oh, you lost your shirt, eh?
Yes, you know what that means to a baby.
Yeah, quiet. Now, listen to me, Stuart. You'll remember what happened on January 7th, 1927. You'll remember what happened in 1929. You remember what happened on the nights of December 30th and February 3rd on Mr. Allen's program. And yet you don't remember your age. You're older than 10, Canin. Now, come on. Come clean.
All right, Cactus Face, I'll tell.
That's better. How old are you, Stuart Canin?
10 years and 4 months.
I thought so. Well, that not only exposes Fred Allen, but proves that this boy had 4 extra months to practice the bee. You're excused, Mr. Canin. I rest my case. I want to tell you how glad I was to see Schlepperman again, and I'd like you to meet him in person, Mr. Sam Hearn.
Thank you, Jack.
And little Stuart Canin, who played the bee, which kept us going for weeks.
Thank you.
Isn't he cute, Mary?
Yeah. Gee, I wish he was a couple of months older.
Good night, folks.
The Jell-O program, coming to you from the Grand Ballroom of the Hotel Pierre, starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston and Abe Lyman and his orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we bring you a fellow who is a big man in Hollywood, a giant in Waukegan, but just another actor in New York, Jack Benny.
Hello again. This is Jack Benny coming to you from the Grand Ballroom of the Hotel Pierre. And listen, Don, I'm not such a small guy in New York either.
Well, then, Jack, how come they won't even let you broadcast from the NBC studios? First, you're at the Waldorf Astoria, now the Pierre.
Well, it's because NBC is crowded, that's why.
Well, how long are you going to stay in New York, anyway?
Until we run out of hotels. I've been hanging around so many ballrooms, I feel like a chandelier. Of course, there's a certain amount of class and prestige broadcasting from a place like this. Come in.
Mr. Benny?
Yes.
On behalf of the management of the Hotel Pierre, I bid you welcome and trust that the broadcasting facilities here are satisfactory.
They certainly are.
Now, if there's anything I can do for you, don't hesitate to call upon me.
Well, thank you. Is there anything I can do for you?
Yes, don't mingle with the guests.
That's what I get for slumming on the avenue. Anyway, Don, it's still a distinction to be able to do our program from here. Not every entertainer would be granted that privilege, particularly one that I know of.
Mm-hmm. And who's that, Jack?
Well, I don't want to mention any names, but I don't see how Harry Von Zell can laugh at him every Wednesday night.
Oh, Von Zell, that announcer.
Yeah.
Say, Jack, what product do they sell, anyway?
Nothing you can put sliced bananas on.
Oh, by the way, Jack, did you hear Alan call you a bully last Wednesday? Benny the bully, Benny the bully.
Well, it's better than being a scaredy cat. Alan is a scaredy cat, Alan is a scaredy cat.
How do you know?
Oh, Don, he's an awful baby. Imagine a grown man taking ether when he gets a manicure. Anyway, I don't want Alan's name mentioned anymore on this program. From now on, if you have to refer to him, just call him Boo. That's good enough for me. Boo.
Boo, Alan, that's a silly name.
Well, it fits the character.
Hiya, Don. Hello, Jack.
Oh, all right. Where have you been?
I was out with Boo in Portland Hoffa.
Oh, you were, eh? Well, I should think you'd select your company a little more carefully. Of course, Portland's all right, but I'd watch out for Boo.
You know, Jack, he asked me if you really played the Boo on your violin.
That's the B, and don't overdo it.
Jack, where's Kenny?
Oh, Kenny, he had to go to Hollywood to finish his picture, but he'll be back again next week, Don.
You know, Jack, I just got the cutest telegram from Kenny.
Oh, then he must have arrived there. What does he say?
He says, wait a minute, here it is.
Oh.
Arrived home safely, weather excellent, trip pleasant, bus comfortable.
Oh, he motored back. I see. He motored.
Scenery was beautiful in Pennsylvania, especially when we passed through Bootown.
Bootown?
He means Allentown.
Oh, I see. He must have read my thoughts. Go on, Mary.
Right now, I'm listening to the program, and I certainly miss me.
Oh.
You would never know Hollywood. It has changed a lot in 2 weeks. I can't even find my house, and the Paramount Studio has changed its name to Anheuser-Busch.
Anheuser-Busch? Where's that wire from, Mary?
St. Louis.
I thought so. What a dope. Imagine getting off at St. Louis. Read on, Mary.
P.S.
P.S. and a telegram.
I just found out that I'm in St. Louis instead of Hollywood. Boy, are they mixed up.
Well, that serves me right for letting him take that trip alone.
Say, Jack.
Yeah? Oh, hello, Abe. How are you?
Oh, I'm all right. Can I talk to you a minute?
Sure, Lyman. What is it?
Listen, Jack. I heard some pretty bad reports about me on last Sunday's program.
You did? Why, I thought you were great, didn't you, Don?
Why, certainly you were swell, Abe.
Oh, I don't mean my music, but my friends all seem to think that you made me sound like a pretty tough guy.
But, Abe, gee, we were only kidding.
Well, I'm sensitive.
Oh.
Gee, Jack, I'm not a bad guy. I'm not a mug or a tough egg or anything. I'm considered a gentleman.
Well, I'm terribly sorry, Abe, really.
Well, don't do it again or I'll kick your teeth out.
Oh, you will?
Are you going to take that from him, Jack?
Well, I'd fix him, but I don't want to be known as a bully.
Especially without teeth.
That's gratitude for you. Say, Don, why do I always have trouble with orchestra leaders? What have I done to deserve those constant threats of violence? Am I a magnet that attracts the brutality in my throat? A football to be kicked around from pillar to goalpost? Why must I be eternally ducking behind a microphone?
I don't know. Why?
While I'm thinking of an answer, the orchestra will play I Got Rhythm. Play, Lyman. I wish Freddie Bartholomew had an orchestra. I'd tell him something. That was I Got Rhythm from Girl Crazy, played by Abe Lyman and his musical muscle men. I don't know, Abe, how can your musician be so tough and play so sweetly?
I feed him raw meat and cream puffs.
Oh, I see.
And anyhow,
Now, listen, Abe, I don't want to argue about anything. I'm too tired. I was up all night doing some last-minute work on my income tax.
Income tax?
Yeah.
Why, darling, I saw you at the Stuart Club last night with a blonde.
Well, she was helping me.
The way she ate, you could put her down as a dependent.
Mary, blondes aren't deductible.
You know, Jack, I'm glad I live in California where there's no income tax.
Why, Mary, the federal tax applies to California the same as any other state.
That's funny. I never paid one.
You didn't? Well, didn't you get any letters from the government?
Yeah. See, I thought it was fan mail. I sent him a picture.
Well, you better file a tax report right away or you'll be doing a guest appearance on the Leavenworth Hour. That's pretty good, wasn't it? Huh?
I like it.
You better get after it, though, Mary, really.
Fine romance with no cheesecake.
Hey.
Hello, Sandra.
Hello, Slap. How are you?
Well, I feel like $1 million, and on that I don't have to pay tax.
Well, Slap, I really didn't expect you tonight.
Jack, so soon when I heard Kenny Baker wasn't coming up here, I came up to offer my services to give you an audition.
Oh, really? So, are you a singer?
That's me, Bing Schlapperman. The yodelers and Yonkers, you know.
So you're a singer. Well, that's news to me. Whose band did you sing with?
Goy Lombardo.
Goy?
What a snappy band of rhythm boys. Wow.
Oh, the Lombardo. Say, listen, I've listened to them a lot of times, but I never heard your voice.
Oh, do they play loud?
Well, Slap, tell me, what kind of songs do you sing?
Mostly sentimental. At home on the ranch, shoes and saddles. And there's an old swimming pool in the parlor.
Swimming pool?
That's spinning wheel, you dope. Hey, Greg.
What?
Greg, what's the matter with that Lyman?
Oh, you know how temperamental musicians are, especially band leaders.
Lyman, our band leader. A brush you should have on the end of that stick.
Slap, you said it.
Pipe down, Schlapperman. Look what's talking. Look at him. He works 2 weeks and already he's a foreman.
Don't worry about him. Well, Slapperman, it was very nice of you to offer your services, but I've already asked Mary to sing a number.
Oh, I don't want to sing tonight.
Oh, come on, Mary. I'll tell you what. If you'll sing a chorus, I will, too. You're not offended, are you, Slap?
Why, certainly not.
I'm sorry you made the trip for nothing.
Who made it for nothing? I sold 9 suits in the lobby. A fine romance with patch, pockets and sweetheart.
Hey, what's going on in here? I heard that disturbance outside. Now, whoever's manipulating that foghorn in here has got to cut it out. Well,
as I live and regret that there are no locks on studio doors. If it isn't Boo Allen. Now, listen, Allen, what's the idea of breaking in here in the middle of my singing?
Singing?
Yes.
Now, listen, Betty. I didn't mind it when you scraped that overnight bag 2 weeks ago and called that playing the beat.
Yeah.
But when you stand here tonight and set that whooping cough to music and call that singing, you're going too far.
Oh, you didn't like it, huh?
Like it? Why, you make Andy Devine sound like Lawrence Tibbett.
Now, look here, Allen. I don't care what you say about my singing or my violin playing on your own program. But when you come up here, be careful. After all, I've got listeners.
Keep your family out of this.
Now, listen. My family likes my singing and my violin playing, too.
Your violin playing?
Yeah.
You're using the verb loosely, Mr. Benson. Why, if I was a horse, if I was a pony even, and found out that my tail found out that any part of my tail was being used in your violin bow, I'd hang my head in my oat bag from then on.
Well, you listen to me, you Wednesday night hawk. Another crack like that, and Town Hall will be looking for a new janitor.
Why, you fugitive from a Ripley cartoon? I ought to bend your nose around until if you want to smell anything, you'll have to curb it. You lay a hand on me. You lay a hand on me. Anything we'll say accidentally will be better than the script. On me, Benny, and you'll be hollering help.
Oh, listen to that smile of beauty. Keep this up, Alan, and I'll ask Don Wilson to fall on you. And if Wilson falls on you, you know what that means. Huh?
Oh, boy, press ham.
That a girl, Mary, that's a honey.
Quiet, coward.
Coward? Yes, coward, and she doesn't mean that English entertainer, Noel, either.
Now, Alan, I'm up here attending to my own business. There's no place to settle our private affairs. How did you get in here without a pass?
I made one at the door, man, and you're next.
Oh, I am, eh?
Gentlemen, don't fight here, please. Why don't you go over to the Medicine Square Garden?
You keep out of this, you little squirt. From now on, your wife will be having both ends of the herring.
Well, goodbye, Jackie boy. Take it easy.
There goes Schlepperman. I wish you'd follow him out.
Listen, cowboy, why didn't you stay out in Hollywood where you don't belong?
Because I heard you were coming out there to make a picture, that's why. You ought to do very well, Mr. Allen, now that Boris Karloff is in England.
Well, I saw your last picture, Lionel Benny.
Yes?
Until you made a picture, nobody knew what a lull looked like on celluloid. And maybe you didn't start bank night, but you've certainly kept it going.
Oh, yeah? Well, 3 states are waiting for your picture to be released. They're going to use it instead of capital punishment. Wow! I'm back at him that time, didn't I? That's telling him, Jack.
Who's that pallbearer?
Stick 'em, Lyman.
Look what's going to make a picture. Fred Allen, the great lover. I suppose Gable and Taylor are losing a lot of sleep right now.
Not if they're listening to this broadcast.
What a witty retort. Where are you going to live in Hollywood, Mr. Allen? At the ostrich farm?
I may.
What are you laughing at, Mary?
He'll show those birds how to lay eggs.
Mary, that was marvelous. I'm going to kiss you for that.
Then I take it back.
Oh, you do, huh?
Yeah, she'd rather kiss an ostrich, and so would I.
Well, Alan, what this gone a little too far. I didn't mind a little mudslinging now and then, but when you make those kind of remarks, it means fight where I come from.
You mean your blood would boil if you had any?
Yeah. And I got just enough to resent that. Mr. Allen, I come from the West. I'm a hard-boiling, two-fisted he-man. And you step out in the hallway. I'm ready to settle this little affair man to man. You're here! Yes, sir.
This will be the last number of the last program on any Jell-O series.
Next week, the Jell-O program starring Mary Livingston.
Come on, Alan. You want to go through with this?
I didn't come up here to get your autograph.
Now, listen, Alan. I'll give you just one more chance to apologize.
Apologize? Why, I'll knock you flatter than the first 8 minutes of this program.
Hold on there, Alan. Who touches a hair on Jack's gray head has to find it first.
Who said that?
Barbara Livingston.
Never mind that. Come on, Alan. Let us away. Play, Lyman. Sorry, now I sold my rowing machine.
That was Hallelujah from Hit the Deck, played by the orchestra with Abe Lyman at the baton and Benny and Allen at each other's throats out in the hallway.
And the winner will tell his version on his own program next Wednesday night.
Oh, now, I don't know about that. Jack can certainly take care of himself.
It's Allen he has to worry about.
Gee, I hope nothing's happened to either one of them, especially Jack.
Well, they're both pretty husky, although Jack did look just a little bit worried.
Oh, Jack doesn't care whether he wins or not. He's got a due bill on a hospital. Here they come now.
Gosh, Freddie, those were the days, weren't they?
You're a card, Jackie. Remember that time in Toledo when you walked into the magician's dressing room and stole his pigeons?
Do I? Say, they tasted pretty good, didn't they, Fred?
The bones I got did, certainly did, yeah.
Say, Freddie, you remember the guy in the show with us who used to take in washing on the side? You know, the guy that did our laundry?
Say, what's Ben Burney doing now?
He's got a band, you know, Ben Burney and all the suds. Say, we didn't make much money in those days, Freddie, but we did get a lot of laughs.
We certainly did, until we walked on the stage.
Say, Jack.
Yes, Mary.
What happened to the fight?
What fight? Say, Freddie, remember that time in South Bend, Indiana, when you were going with 40?
Hey, no kidding, fellas. What happened to that fight?
Why, Don, we were never serious about that.
And how did you get that black eye?
Oh, this. Well, I was writing a letter.
Yes, I accidentally dotted his eye, Mary.
Now, wait a minute, Freddie. I slapped you more than you did me. Look at your wrist. It's all red.
Well, I made you say uncle, unquote, when I pulled your hair.
Uncle isn't the word, unquote, but let it go.
Say, Fred, here's a package you dropped on your way out to the hall.
Oh, yes, that's a box of candy I was going to give Jack.
Oh, Freddie.
Candy, can I have a piece?
Sure, but take the square ones, Mary. The round ones have got cement in them.
I see. And by the way, Fred, when you get home with that box of flowers I sent you, it's still kicking. Just put it in water.
I will, and thanks for the tip, Jack.
Oh, gee, this candy is swell. Have a piece, Jack?
Say, this is good chocolate. Wonderful flavor. What's it filled with, Freddie?
Ipana.
Oh. Well, I was going to brush my teeth anyway. I might as well eat it.
Well, Jack, I've got to go now. I've got a lot of work to do on my own program.
Okay, Fred. Well, thanks for your kind visit and apology.
What apology?
Never mind. Let's not start that again. Before you go, Fred, I want to tell you that I didn't mind one thing you said about me during our feud.
You didn't? Why not, Jack?
Well, I'll tell you. You said the darndest thing, Freddie, but you were so doggone cute with it all. You said the meanest things, Jawacky. You're riding high, but you're due for a fall. I owe you some words. You said I was bloodless. You said I was tight. You insulted my fiddling. A rootin' tootin' hootin' tootin' ha-cha-cha. We said the darndest things, palsy, but oh, we were so doggone cute with it all. And now we're friends. Fred, I didn't know you could sing that good.
Thanks, Jack. Well, I've got to leave you now. And, oh, by the way, Mr. Lyman.
Yes, Fred?
Now, listen, Tuppy. You lay off on my pal, Jack Benny. That's a hint. Goodbye, everybody.
Goodbye. Goodbye. So long, Fred. So long. Well, play, Lyman, and watch your step. You heard what Alan said.
Why, you little sawed-off punk, I'll take you and tear you from limb to limb.
Freddie! And we'll be with you again next Sunday night, broadcasting from New York City.
Say, Jack, are you really glad that you made up with Fred Allen?
Certainly I am.
Why?
Well, now I won't have to listen to his program to hear what he's saying about me. Good night, folks.
The Jell-O program, coming to you from the Grand Ballroom of the Hotel Pierre, starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston and Abe Lyman and his orchestra. And now we bring you the man who came to New York for a rest and has to go back to Hollywood to get it, Jack Playboy Benny.
Well, Jell-O again. I got this horn left over from last night, folks, and I want to tell you, Don, you're right about me being a playboy. I'm a regular demon since I've been in New York. Shows and parties and one nightclub after another. Woo!
Oh, Jack, stop carrying on so. You know, you're not as bad as you're painting yourself.
I'm not, eh? Don, I've been carousing around like a madman. Boy, am I sophisticated.
I can't understand that, Jack. You don't drink anything.
I don't, eh? Last night I had a gin fuzz.
That's fizz.
Fizz, fuzz, who cares as long as I have a headache?
Well, tell me, Jack, are you glad that you're going back to Hollywood tomorrow?
Oh, yes, Don. After all, how long can I keep up this mad pace? You
Imagine you setting a mad pace. Have you attended any teas?
What's that?
Have you attended any teas?
Afternoon or strip? Anyway, that was good, wasn't it? All right, Greg. All right, I thought that was good. Anyway, I'm really just all in. Oh, hello, Abe. Hello, Stuart. Stuart? If you've been hanging around with me lately, you'd find out what kind of a guy I am.
Oh, you're not so wild.
No, that's what you think. Only yesterday I was thrown out of Trask.
You were?
Yes, sir, and I would have reported that bouncer if I knew her name. And I'm not kidding.
Hello, Jack.
Oh, hello, Kenny. Toot, toot. It's written in here, toot, toot. I forgot. What?
Where'd you get that horn?
I wish I knew. Say, Kenny, do you notice anything different about me tonight? Huh? Oh, really?
No, what?
Well, Can't you see those dark rings under my eyes? Huh?
Gee, I thought it was mascara.
Well, it is.
Hey, Jack, give me that horn, will you?
Oh, no. This horn and a chicken sandwich cost me $14. Say, Kenny, we missed you last Sunday when you had to go back to Hollywood. How did your picture turn out?
Oh, swell, Jack. You know, Phil Harris is in it, too. And, oh, boy, the girls at the studio are hanging around him.
Oh, taking my place, huh?
Nah, these are young girls.
Oh. Say, Kenny, who has the love interest in your picture?
I have. And there's one place where I sing a love song to the leading lady right under her balcony.
Yeah?
And when I finish, she smiles and throws the rolls at me, and then she comes running down the steps.
Yeah, and then what happened?
That's when Phil Harris takes her over.
Well, that's not very fair. Don't you feel badly?
No, I got a rose out of it.
Well, when I get back to Hollywood, he'll have some real competition. I've learned plenty here on the gay white way.
Hello, you little desperado.
Oh, hello, Mary.
Say, Don.
Yes, Mary.
Take that horn away before he plays the bee on it.
I'll tell you, Mary, I've just worn to a frazzle from this constant hurly-burly and excitement. I gotta go someplace where I can be alone for a couple of hours.
Why don't you find out where your last picture's playing?
Yeah, well, don't be so funny. You know, I've got to go out on a party again tonight. Parties and nightclubs. I tell you, I'm getting to be the best-known rounder on Broadway.
Go on. You couldn't get a ringside table at the Automat.
Oh, I couldn't, eh?
No kidding, Mary. I really think that Jack has turned out to be a pretty wild sort of a guy.
Oh, yeah? He went to Minsky's the other night and fainted during the opening chorus.
Well, it was hot in there.
Was it? Wow!
Kenny, now let's drop all this talk. I'm on the ragged edge now. And, hey, play something soothing, will you, so I can sort of pull myself together?
Okay. Say, Jack, when you go out tonight, you want to try something that'll pick you right up?
Sure, eh? What is it?
A striker's cocktail.
Well, I bet this is a peach of a gag coming. I can see that. A striker's cocktail, what's that?
One drink and you sit down.
Oh, no, not me. I can hold my own.
Why, you even stagger from an alcohol rub.
Is that so?
Better be careful, Jack. You keep this up and you'll look as bad as Fred Allen.
Now, wait a minute, Lyman. You're talking about my pal. You say one word against Allen, I'll have him knock your block off. And I'm the guy that can tell him. Freddie and I may have had our little spat, but underneath it all, there's a spark of loyal friendship that can never be extinguished. Play, Lyman. Your Love to Keep Me Warm, played by Abe Lyman and his orchestra. And incidentally, folks, Mr. Lyman is making his farewell appearance on this program tonight because we are going to Hollywood next week, among other reasons.
Meaning what?
Meaning nothing, and put your coat back on.
What's the matter, Jack? You afraid?
Afraid? Wait till he gets that letter I'm going to send him from California.
Hear that, Abe? Jack's going to write you a nasty letter.
The laugh's on him. I can't read.
You said it, especially music. How was that, Mary? I can sing faster than Lyman.
Who can't?
Oh.
I can't.
Well, I don't want to start any brawls up here tonight because it so happens we have a very distinguished guest with us.
Oh, Jack.
It's not you, Kenny. Ladies and gentlemen, a very dear friend of mine is visiting in New York and has accepted my invitation to attend this broadcast. We grew up together, went to the same school, and he is now the chief executive of my hometown.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is a great privilege and a pleasure to present His Honor, Mayor Mansell Talcott of Waukegan, Illinois. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I really didn't want to impose on you, Mayor, but knowing you were in town, I couldn't resist taking advantage of it.
Oh, that's all right, Jack. I'm glad to be with you.
Thank you. Well, Bitey, that's his nickname, folks. You don't mind, do you, Bitey?
No. We all had nicknames in those days. Remember yours?
Mine? Oh, yeah. Let's see now. What was it the kids used to call me? Tuffy. That's right, Tuffy Benny. Did you hear that, Mary? I was quite a scrapper in those days.
Time marches on.
Yeah, never mind. Well, Bitey, tell me something about home. How's Julius Finnegan, Stub Wilbur, Ollie Eimerman, and the rest of the gang? Eh?
They're doing fine, Jack, and they're all proud of you.
Oh, well, say, you remember Vivian Thompson and Hazel Clark? And say, Bitey, how's my Aunt Josephine?
Oh, fine. She's still on the fire department.
Yes. Good old Aunt Jo. I can still see her sliding down that brass pole, you know. Bitey, I'll bet the town has changed a lot since I've been there.
Sure has, Jack. You remember the blue suit that used to hang in the window in your father's store?
Yes, I do.
Well, there's a gray one there now.
Probably the same suit. I told Dad to buy an awning, yeah. Well, Bitey, now that you're here, I do want to congratulate you on the success of your political career.
Thanks, Jack.
You know, I bet when we were kids and went to school together, you never dreamed that you'd become mayor. You got about the lowest marks in the class, didn't you?
No, next to the lowest.
Oh, I thought we were tied.
Not quite. Say, Jack, on your way back to Hollywood, you're going to stop off at Waukegan for a day, aren't you?
I certainly am. Yes, sir.
That's fine, because we're planning a celebration for you. Jack Benny Day in Waukegan.
Well, thanks, Bitey. I appreciate that. I do.
Now, we're not going to make a formal affair or present you with a loving cup or the key to the city.
Well, I'm glad you're omitting that ceremony.
However, I called a meeting of the local merchants, and as a token of our esteem, we decided to call off all of your old debts.
Well, thanks, but I imagine they're outlawed by now anyway. Now, Bitey, before you leave, I'd like to have you meet the members of our cast. I know they're eager to meet you. First, Mary Livingston. Mary, this is His Honor, Mayor Talcott of Waukegan.
How do you do, Mayor Talcott?
Hello, Mary.
Say, Jack, is that a real mustache?
Yes, it is. Quiet.
Gee, there's not much of it, is there?
Mary. Now, Bitey, I'd like to have you meet our orchestra leader. Not that it'll improve your social standing. Anyway, this is Abe Lyman.
How do you do, Mr. Lyman?
Glad to know you, Your Majesty. Hey, that's Your Honor.
Go on, Your Honor, as a judge. I ought to know.
There, you see what I'm up against? And this is Kenny Baker, our tenor.
Well, hello, Kenny. How's that wonderful voice?
If you listen in every week, you'd know.
Kenny! Now, come here, Don, and don't embarrass me by asking the mayor if he likes Jell-O. Bitey, this is Don Wilson.
I'm very glad to meet you, Don.
How do you do, Mr. Mayor?
That's better. At least Don got the title right.
Yeah, but we got the laugh.
Yeah, go away. Well, Bitey, it's about time for Lyman to play a number, so how about you and I sitting down and having a little chat? Or you and me, rather. Which is correct, Abe? You and I or you and me?
You and him. Don't drag me into this.
Play, Lyman. Come on, Bitey.
Right with you, Jack.
Played by Abe Lyman and his orchestra. Now, ladies and gentlemen, as our feature attraction tonight, in honor of my boyhood friend, Mayor Mansell Talcott, and also to revive memories of our youth, we will go back through the years and reenact a day in our lives when I was just a kid helping my father in his department store in Waukegan. Bitey, would you like to help us out and be a kid again for a few minutes?
I sure would, Jack. It'll be fun.
You will have some stuff there. Now, ladies and gentlemen, in this little sketch about my dad's store, I will play the part of my own father. And I've engaged little Junior O'Day to play the part of Jack Benny the child, as I am too modest to repeat the many clever things I said when I was a kid. Gee, I was bright. Well, let's get started. Mary, would you like to be a customer in my father's store?
Not at his prices.
I'll give you a discount. Kenny, while we're fixing up the store and moving in the merchandise, you can sing your song. Huh?
All right, Jack, but don't be too noisy.
We won't. Sing, Kenny. Come on, fellas. Give me a hand on this, will you? That was for you, from Kenny's picture, The King and the Chorus Girl. And, Kenny, I want to tell you that week's vacation did you a lot of good. I mean, your voice sounds sweeter and more melodious than ever.
Yeah, don't it?
Yeah. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we take you back about 25 years to the thriving little town of Waukegan. The scene is the Benny's department store, more widely known as the Emporium, on South Genesee Street. Now, remember, folks, I play the part of my father. Let's go. Curtain. Music. Hello? Waukegan Emporium. Oh, good morning, Mrs. Penchel. Yeah, a birthday present for your husband? Well, we just got in something new, a nightshirt with pants. They call them pyjamas. No, you don't need suspenders. Yes, I'll send them over as soon as the horse gets up. Goodbye. Jackie.
Yes, Pop?
Go into the back room and practice your violin. I'm not spending 50 cents a lesson for nothing.
Oh, I don't want to.
You're going to learn to play the violin if it takes a week. Now go in there and practice the B. It'll come in handy 25 years from now.
Then what's the rush?
What's the rush? That little Freddie Allen is talking already. Now get in there and practice.
Oh, all right.
And don't practice too loud. I got to make a living. Certainly an unbusy day.
Hello, Mr. Benny.
Well, little Mary Thompson, what can I do for you?
Nothing. I'm just window shopping.
Window shopping? Why don't you do it outside?
Why don't you wash your windows?
Well, it's dangerous. Last time I done it, the glass warped. Say, how's that suit I sold your father?
The coat and pants are fine, but the vest drags on the ground.
Well, just tell him to tuck the vest in his trousers.
He did, but his foot got caught in the pocket.
And you can't blame the suit if he's clumsy. Close that door, Jackie. You know, Mary, someday that kid of mine will be a great violinist.
Well, right now he's lousy.
Avy, get away from that door. Stop hanging on my sign. People will think this is a pet shop. Jackie, not so loud. Ah, good morning, boys.
Hello, Mr. Benny. Say, where's Jackie?
He's in the back room practicing.
Can he come out and play ball with us?
No, he can't, Mansell. All you think of is playing ball. How do you ever expect to become mayor of this town?
Don't worry, I'll make it.
Well, you can have my vote now if you'll buy a suit.
That's fine. I'll be able to put the city hall in my vest.
Don't be so fussy.
Oh, please, Mr. Benny. Won't you let Jackie come out and play ball with us?
I said no.
Oh, gee, we need his violin for a bat.
Well, he can't play baseball with you. He might hurt his hand, jeopardize his musical career.
He's got 2 strikes on him already.
Oh, yeah? He'll make good. What was that? Who threw that stone through the window?
I did. This is my last week anyway.
That's Abe Lyman again. Well, run along, all of you kids, and stay out of here. More trouble with those children. You think I was running a playground. Oh, how do you do, sir? Anything for you?
Yes. What's the price of that suit you have on display outside?
Where?
Right out there in that dummy.
Oh, Jackie?
Yes, Pop?
Go out and tell Uncle Julius to move around once in a while. Anything else, sir?
Yes. How much is Uncle Julius?
Get out of here.
23 skidoo.
This is... Well, that was good in those days. It's a fine score. It's been 3 weeks since I heard the cash register ring.
And the good old summertime, I'm going up until Hello, Spencer?
Well, Mr. Schlepperman, the traveling salesman. Say, did you hear that applause? You think it was your hometown?
It will be if I don't get my expense check.
Well, Schlep, what line are you handling this year?
Mr. Benny, have I got a swanky line of suit? Nifty with a capital nif.
Well, I don't know. Everybody's complaining about that last lot of suits you sold me.
What's the complaint, honey child?
Well, the coat and pants are all right, but the vests are too long.
What vest? Those are overcoats.
overcoats and wear the vest.
In the side pocket. Why don't you look around?
Well, can't use any suits, but summer's coming on. What have you got in men's bathing suits?
Now you're talking. I got here some bathing suits that will make you head swim, I'm telling you.
Men's bathing suits, eh?
Yeah, here they are. The latest creations in Paris.
Oh, imported. Well, they look pretty good. Hey, these are only the tops. Where are the trunks?
They missed the boat.
Well, maybe I can sell them during high tide. Gotta wait for that one. Pretty good.
Mr. Benny, I'll put you down for a couple of dozen. Anything else I can show you out there?
No, Slap, I guess that's about all. Oh.
What's that?
That's my little boy, Jackie, practicing. He's going to be a great violinist someday. Don't you think so?
You should live so long. Goodbye.
Well, I'm sorry I gave him an order. Jackie, it's time to close up and get home to dinner.
Okay, Pop.
Blow out the lights, son, and let's go. In the good old summertime, in the good old...
Hey, that song is pretty popular, isn't it, Daddy?
Number 1 on the hit parade.
It is?
Yep, it passed Pony Boy last week. Well, come along, son. Let's close up and go home. In the good old summertime, in the good old summertime.
Oh, Daddy, look. There's still a customer in the store.
Well, lock him in. We'll get him tomorrow. In the good old summertime. The last number of the 25th program of the new Jell-O series, and we'll be with you again next Sunday night at the same time, broadcasting from Hollywood, California. Well, Abe, I want to thank you for your swell cooperation, tell you how much everybody's enjoyed your work on this program. And I'm going to tell everybody on the coast that you're not as tough as we made you out to be.
Well, I don't know about that. I'm pretty...
Quiet. Well, Slap, it's been nice seeing you again, and I hope you come out to California.
Well, you never can tell, Jackie boy. I got a trailer.
Well, when you get a car, pull it out. And, Bitey, I want to thank you, too, and congratulate you, not only your political success in Waukegan, but on your dramatic triumph.
Thanks, Jack. And by the way, don't forget to forward all of my fan mail to Waukegan.
What street address?
They know me there.
Oh. Well, folks, looks as though we'll have to leave you now.
Say, Jack.
What, Mary?
Is Mayor Talcott married?
Why, certainly.
Oh, then I'll go out with Lyman tonight.
Yeah, good night, folks.
The Jell-O program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston and Phil Harris and his orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we take you to the Dearborn Street Station in Chicago, where we find Jack and the rest of the gang about to board the train for California. Take it away, Chicago!
Harmony transfer, baggage transfer.
Hey, Redcap, carry my grips a little higher. There's some things hanging out.
Yes, sir.
All aboard! Train leaving on track 7 for Kansas City, Dodge City, Sioux City, Carson City, Salt Lake City, and Pottstown. Board!
Hey, just drop the grips down here till I get my crowd together.
Yes, Mr. Bunny.
The name's Benny.
Well, this is Easter.
Very good.
Come along, Millicent. The train will be leaving any minute.
Oh, look, Ma, there's Jack Benny. I want his autograph.
Wait till we get to Hollywood and you can get a good one.
Say, Don.
Yes, Jack?
Have you seen Mary and Kenny? We haven't got much time.
Well, I saw Mary standing in front of the hotel a little while ago.
That's fine. Why don't she get over here?
She's waiting for a cab to match her new Easter hat.
Oh. Hopes the depot matches her dress. See if you can find her, will you? And Kenny, too.
Okay.
All aboard! Train leaving for San Pedro, San Diego, San Jose, and San Francisco, starring Clark Gable and Jeanette McDonald.
Hello, Jack.
Oh, hello, Mary. You all set?
Yeah. Where's the train for San Hollywood?
Right over there. Gee, but you're all bundled up. I bet you're glad you're leaving all this ice and snow. Huh?
You said it. I'm so cold I'm all geese pimples.
That's goose.
Well, I got more than one.
Oh. Hey, Redcap.
Yes, sir.
Take my grips to car 24, drawing room A.
I did that 3 times already, and a lady keeps throwing them out.
Oh, that's right. I'm in lower 7. I was thinking of taking a drawing room, folks. Say, conductor, where does that train leave from? The one to Los Angeles.
Tracks 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12.
It's a pretty long train, isn't it?
No, the engineer brought it in sideways.
Oh, it's a fine depot.
All aboard. Train leaving for 1, 2, Kalamazoo, 3, 4, Baltimore, 5, 6, Battle Creek, 7, 8. Don't be late, boys.
I'll have to take that trip sometime.
Jack, hadn't we better get into our car?
Don, I'm not getting on till Kenny gets here. Say, Mary, run over to the newsstand and buy me a magazine, will you?
Which one?
Oh, anything. Get me a copy of The Nudist. I like those outdoor scenes.
Okay.
Oh, I got to send a wire. Say, information clerk.
Yes?
Where can I send a telegram?
To my wife. It's her birthday.
Thanks.
Oh, Mr. Benny?
Yes?
My daughter insists upon getting your autograph. Do you mind?
Oh, not at all.
I'm so glad you're going to be on the train. Here you are, darling.
Thanks, Mr. Benny.
Well, so you're the little girl who wants my autograph.
Yeah, ain't I screwy?
Millicent.
Pardon me, lady. I'm looking for my gang. Oh, Mary, did you get me that magazine?
Here it is, Jack, the nudist.
Thanks.
And here's some smoked glasses.
Smoke glasses. What are they for?
Wait till you get to page 10.
Give me that. I'm reading a continued story.
Oh, Jack, here's Kenny.
Hello, everybody.
Hey, Kenny, where have you been? The train leaves in 2 minutes.
Well, I was taking a bath.
You picked a fine time. What's that towel sticking out of your shirt?
I'm not dry yet.
Oh, you're not dry yet. What do you got in that bucket?
I'm taking some snow to California.
Oh.
My mother never saw any.
No, isn't that silly, Mary? It'll be water by the time we get there.
My mother will believe me.
No doubt. Well, go on, let's get on the train, fellas. Gee, we haven't got much time.
All aboard! Train leaving on track 9 for Fort Madison, Kansas City, strawberry, raspberry, Wichita, cherry, orange, lemon, Albuquerque, and lime.
That's us. Say, Don, did you bribe that announcer?
No, but I'll reward him.
Well, let's go. Our car's up forward.
Come along, Millicent. You can get the fireman's autograph later.
Let's see, where's car 24? Oh, here we are, Mary.
Gee, Jack, our car must be awfully crowded.
Why?
Look at those 3 men riding under it.
Well, they're probably fresh air fiends. Come on. Here, Mary, I'll help you up. You too, Don. And Kenny, don't spill that bucket of snow.
I won't.
Here you are, Red Cap. Here's 50 cents.
This is a dime.
Look at your script, not the coin. Goodbye, Chicago. Here we go. Goodbye.
Oh, Jack, what do you think I forgot?
What?
My snowshoes.
What do you want with snowshoes on the train?
I bet he wants to go for a hike in the bucket.
Yeah.
Oh, get in the car. It's a long ride, isn't it, Don?
Yeah. Where are we now, Jack?
I don't know. Looks like New Mexico. How'd you rest last night?
Oh, not so good. I'm not built for an upper berth.
No. You look more like a compartment. You must have slept on your back. You were snoring Jell-O all night.
Yes, I had a conscientious nightmare.
Oh.
Say, Jack, are there any windows in an upper berth?
No.
And who was I waving at?
You got me. How'd you sleep, Mary?
I was up half the night writing an Easter poem. You want to hear it?
Not now, Mary. No.
A dear old Easter.
Hey, Porter.
Yes, sir?
What time do we get to Albuquerque?
Who?
Albuquerque.
I don't know. Do we stop there?
Well, certainly we stop there.
My. I better go up and tell the engineer about that.
Yeah, do that.
What's the name of that town again?
Albuquerque.
Albuquerque. What they gonna think of next?
Fine porter we got.
Well, maybe we don't stop there, Jack.
Go on. I've made this trip 1,000 times.
Do you want to hear my poem now?
1,000 times no. I'm going into lunch.
Pardon me, Mr. Benny.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm the lady whose daughter wanted your autograph at the station.
Oh, the little girl that's going to Hollywood.
Yes, she's going into pictures.
Well.
Millicent, dear, Mr. Benny wants to meet you.
Well, I was going to lunch, really.
Thank you, but we've just had ours.
Oh.
Come here, Millicent. You know she sings just like Lily Pond.
Well, I've heard Miss Pond, so don't bother with Millicent. I mustn't.
She's so modest, I always have to force her.
Not for us, you don't.
Mary.
No? Come, Millicent, sing for Mr. Benny.
Oh, don't bother. She's probably nervous. No, look. I don't... No, it's good, but look. Don't. Oh, look, I wouldn't. That's very good, very good. No, really, she has great possibilities.
Thank you. And take your hands off her neck.
Oh, pardon me.
How about lunch, Jack?
Who can eat now? Oh, conductor.
Yes, sir?
What time do we get to Albuquerque?
Albuquerque? Is that on this line?
It always has been. What time do we get there?
What time is it now?
12:20.
Thank you. La 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 la.
I'll bet he's going into pictures, too.
Yes.
Oh, listen to my poem, will you, Jack?
Oh, Mary, I'm so tired. I don't want to go.
Dear old Easter, you are with us once again.
You know, Mr. Benny, my daughter...
Oh, lady, please.
My daughter won a contest, and that's why she's going into pictures.
Oh, so you're going to be in pictures, Millicent?
Yeah, until a director gets fresh with me. What a long career you'll have.
Mary, Millicent won a contest.
Contest? He looks like a water buffalo.
You've never seen a water buffalo.
I've never seen anything like Millicent either.
Quiet.
Dear old Easter, you are with us.
Hello, fellas.
Well, hello, Kenny. How'd you sleep last night, Kenny?
Oh, I had more trouble.
You did?
Every time I hung my pants on the rope, the train stopped.
That kind of a train. Where have you been all morning?
See, when the porter closed my upper berth, you'd think he'd wait until I got out.
And you mean he folded you up in it?
Yeah.
Well, why didn't you do something about it?
Before I could think of anything, I fell asleep.
Oh.
Gee, I sure do need air.
Sit down and open the window.
Here, I'll help you, Kenny.
And don't stick your head out.
Say, Kenny, you want to hear my Easter poem?
Sure, Mary.
Oh, boy, an audience. Dear old Easter, you are with us once again. With your gorgeous Easter lilies and your product from the hen.
Wow.
How I love your Easter bunny.
Apples, oranges, magazines, and programs. Get your programs here. You can't tell one pasture from another without a program.
Hey, what kind of a train is this? Hey, boy, what time do we get to Albuquerque?
We certainly do. Apples, oranges, magazines, and Albuquerque. You can't tell one.
Isn't that awful?
How I love your Easter bunny. Some are wild and some are tame.
Yeah.
And the Jell-O so delicious. How it wobbles on the train.
Hey, I've noticed that. Hey, Porter.
Yes, sir?
When I got on the train yesterday, I gave you a suit to press. Where is it?
Gee, I'm lazy. Don't I remind you of Step and Fetch It?
Yeah, and what did you find out about Albuquerque?
He can't press it any better than I can.
Albuquerque's a town.
You better check on that.
I better get off this train, too.
Say, Jack.
Yeah?
What's this hanging around my neck?
That's a mail bag, and I told you to keep your head in. Now look at you. What are you laughing at, Mary?
I just saw a picture of a water buffalo.
Some witty answer. Well, Kenny, what are you going to sing on the program when we get to Hollywood?
Oh, I don't know. I think I'll sing Trust in Me.
Well, rehearse it now and brush up a little bit. That's a clever way of getting into a song while we're on a train, isn't it, folks?
You sure fooled me.
I thought I would, yeah. Sing, Kenny. On this train. Very good, Kenny. I'm sure your song will be a big hit Sunday.
I'll say it was.
Say, Jack, looks like we're pulling into a station.
That's right, we're slowing down.
Hey, Kenny, look out of the window and see what town this is.
Okay.
The train stopped, Jack. Where are we?
What does the sign say, Kenny? What town is this?
Waiting room.
Waiting room, New Mexico. It's fine. Let me look out there. Hey, Don, we're in Albuquerque. I knew the train stopped here.
Boy, I'm going out and get some air.
Yeah, me too.
Away from me.
Hey, Porter.
Yes, sir?
How long do we stop here?
Where?
In Albuquerque.
There you go again.
Well, it's no use talking to him. Come on, Mary. I got to send a wire.
Watch your step.
Hey, Jack, look at those Indians selling things.
Where?
Right there. I'm going over and buy a Tommy Rot.
It's a Tommy Hawk. Go ahead, Kenny. Don't be late for the train. Don, send that wire for me, will you?
Okay.
Oh, Jack, look at Kenny buying something from that Indian.
Yeah.
Hello, Indian. Parlez-vous English? What? Oh.
Tell him what you want, Kenny.
Me want Tommy Hawk. How much cost him?
White boy, some dope.
You said it.
Come on, Mary. We haven't much time. I want to go in that little novelty shop and buy some moccasins.
Well, now I got to get something for my mother, too.
Yeah, let's go over. Hey, Mary, look at that sign. Heap Big Bargains. Let's go in.
Well, customers, step into my big room and look around.
Is he an Indian?
Am I a Indian, she's asking.
He's an Indian, all right.
What can I do for you, my pale-faced landsman?
I want to get a pair of moccasins.
Right feet or left feet?
One of each.
Sorry, we don't split them up.
Hey, Papa, give me a nickel.
Quiet. That's my little papoopsie.
Oh.
Jack, look at those purses. I'd like to buy one for Mama.
See this bag here? It's a real rattlesnake purse.
It's pretty.
Hey, wait a minute. This one is moving.
Take it. It'll be dead by sundown.
Better not handle that, Mary. I'd like to see a pair of moccasins.
Here you are, the finest moccasins made by our tribe.
Yeah, what tribe is that?
The Pawnee Shappies.
Well, I've heard of them. Say, these moccasins aren't bad. You haven't got much of a selection here.
Who am I? Floor shine.
Well, I'll take this pair. Wrap them up.
Would you like him wrapped in a blanket?
Don't rush me. I just want moccasins. That's all.
Papa, I want a nickel.
Quiet. Rain in the face.
Could be nose in the face, too.
Here you are, sir. This will be $2.98. Is there anything else?
No, thanks.
Wait a minute, tenderfoot. Could you use a couple of igloos, Chief?
Igloos? What's an Indian doing with an igloo?
I used to be an Eskimo. I'm stuck with them.
Never mind. Come on, Mary.
Oh, Jack, look at that totem pole.
That's my wife. I'm stuck with her, too. Well, goodbye. Thank you. Call again.
Yes, hello.
Hey, Jack, hurry up. We'll miss our train.
Be right with you. Come on, everybody. Oh, Don, did you send that wire to Phil Harris?
Yes.
He got the message, all right.
Thank you. That was Swing High, Swing Low from the motion picture of the same name, played by yours truly, Phil Harris and his orchestra. And I want to say that it sure is a pleasure to be back on this program again.
Say, Phil, how soon will Buck get here?
Why, hello, Andy. He'll be here any minute now.
Oh, I wish you'd get here. I got a swell present for him if he brought me one.
All right.
Hey!
Gee, I'm glad to see you, Phil. You too, Andy.
Give me a kiss, Phil.
How is that, Mary?
Abe Lyman's better, but you're a change.
Hey, Mary, don't I get a kiss?
I kissed you when I came in.
Well, do it again before I cool down.
Oh, it sure is good to be home again.
Yeah, I'm going right out and kissing Orange.
Say, Phil, you know that watch you gave me for Christmas? Well, I showed it to everybody, and it's the talk of New York.
No kidding.
Yes,
well, what
sir.
happened in New York, Jack? What did you do all this time?
Yeah, give us a lowdown, Buck.
Well, I'll tell you. You tell him, Don. I want to say hello to the boys in the band. Hi, fellas.
Well, fellas, Jack was out night after night, and he practically slept in his dress suit.
At least it looked that way.
It was just one nightclub after another, parties and theaters.
Burlesque shows and burlesque shows and burlesque shows.
And then he went home to his hometown, Waukegan, and they gave him a great big celebration. You'd think he was leaving town instead of coming in.
Some excitement, huh?
Say, Buck.
Yeah, Andy?
I bet you were stuck up when you did that broadcast from the Waldorf Astoria Hotel.
From the where? Say that again, Andy. I love it.
From the Waldorf Astoria.
Yes, sir. That sure is a swaggy place. And look, fellas, I saved a menu from the dining room. Is that class? Hey, look at this, Andy.
Gee whiz. 2 eggs, 90 cents.
Yep.
Say, Buck, can I take this home? I want to show it to my chicken.
Go ahead, Andy, but break it to him gently.
Say, Jack, you sure did a lot of stepping in New York, didn't you?
Did I? Come here, Phil. You too, Andy. Listen, I got some stuff to tell you. Wait a minute. You know, we gotta be... Listen, you can talk all you want to, boys, but let me tell you something. There are plenty of rubes in New York, too.
There are?
Certainly. Listen, I tipped the waiter at the Waldorf Astoria, and he told me it was the first dime he'd ever seen. Imagine that?
Jack, tell us about those nightclubs.
Yeah, and how about those chorus girls? Were they pretty?
Well, I don't know. Wilson was always in front of me. I don't know. But say, fellas, no kidding. I got so much to tell you it'll take days. Hey, come on over. Come on over here in the corner.
Okay, you know what to do, boys.
Phil, you have no idea what goes on. And we'll be with you again next Sunday night at the same time. And I want to thank all my friends in New York and Waukegan, those two big towns, for their hospitality. And, Kenny, I want to wish you success this coming Thursday when you open at the Paramount Theater.
Thank you, Jack.
Say, Jack, can I say something?
Sure, Mary, go ahead.
If that cute fella I gave my autograph to in Kansas City is listening in, will you please return my gold pencil in person?
Oh, he couldn't have been that good looking. Good night, folks. Happy Easter.